Okay, enough of that. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Saturday Takeover. It's me, D Zombie. I hope you heard the music. I don't know. I'm going to listen to the playback in a minute. In the meantime, this show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out. That's you, and you. Brain. Right. First off, we'll just. What am I doing? Oh yeah, just bear with me 1 second here, folks. We'll get all the paperwork out of the way, as you would say. Call it, I guess. Sorta, kind of. Mm, mm, mm. Come on. Oh shoot. Well, it's gone.
Are also never shown on the show. Pranks that lead victims to fear imminent, serious physical danger. Hi there, everybody. There's a bird's nest behind me, and that bird is telling you that, first of all, before anything else on the show is for adults only, 21 and over. Wherever you are, if the rules are a little bit different, if you have to be 23 or 24 or something else, please follow your local rules. Where I am, it's 21 and over to be an adult, so please do follow those rules. The show is not for children. It is for adults only. Please also remember that this show is completely and totally drug-free. We do not actually purvey any kind of drugs of any kind. You cannot get drugs from this show of any kind. You cannot buy them, you cannot borrow them, you cannot steal them, you cannot get them bequeathed to you, you cannot get drugs from this show. So please do not bother reporting this show for purveying drugs or anything else. You cannot in any way get drugs from this show. There's no secret menu, there's no super secret menu, there is no other way to get any kind of illegal product from my show. Also, please remember, we're doing this a little bit impromptu, so please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, for the bird squawks and everything else. Extremely dangerous challenges are not shown on the show. Challenges that pose an imminent risk of physical injury are never shown. Dangerous or threatening pranks are also never shown on the show. Pranks that lead victims to fear imminent, serious physical danger or that create serious emotional distress in minors. Instructions to kill or harm are never shown on the show, showing viewers how to perform activities meant to kill or maim others. For example, giving instructions to build a bomb meant to injure or kill others. Hard drug use or its creation is never shown on the show. Content that depicts abuse of or giving instructions on how to create hard drugs, such as cocaine or opioids. Hard drugs are defined as drugs that can mostly lead to physical addiction. I add the proviso that sometimes you'll hear people on the show interact or have tell stories about how they have interacted in one way or the other with some drugs, cocaine, opioids, other drugs in their past. Please always assume that those are negative portrayals, those are cautionary tales, and you should never under any circumstances emulate those stories. It's the position of Fumidor and Fumidor the Flavours, everyone on Fumidor and all of the guests, that drugs are bad and you should not under any circumstances emulate those stories. And of course my phone locked while I was talking. Instructional theft or cheating is never shown, ladies and gentlemen. Showing viewers how to steal tangible goods or promoting dishonest behavior would never be discussed on the show. Hacking is never shown. Demonstrating how to use computers or information technology with the intent to steal credentials, compromise personal data, or cause serious harm to others, such as but not limited to hacking into social media accounts. And finally, bypassing payment for digital content or services, showing viewers how to use apps, websites, or other information technology to gain unauthorized access to audio content, audiovisual content, full video games, software, or streaming services that normally require payment. We would never discuss any of those things. Finally, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the show is of course for adults only, and of course we do not under any circumstances offer drugs to you. Even though other channels might have secret menus, we do not. Under no circumstances can you find anything illegal in the show. The cannabis content that we do discuss is legal under the 2018 Farm Bill, and the seeds that we purvey also are legal. All the breeders that come through the show, it's legal for us to purvey seeds because the seeds have no THC in them, so they are legal under the 2018 Farm Bill. Thanks, folks, for bearing with the introduction of the prologue here.
Thank you, Fumidor, our fearless leader, for that awesome introduction with the birds and everything. Shout out to Fumi. Hope everybody's okay over there right now, where he is. Moving right along, I will post a link momentito. Mr. Smash, I see you, buddy. Say hello quick to the chat while I'm here. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. Hello, I grew some Smashed, Ice, Crime Grow, Southern VT. Let's see who else is here. Don't forget live chat, top chat for your better chatting experience. And I will post the link. Just give me 1 minute. I hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. On this Saturday, takeover. I wish we had to do it this way. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get on with this here. There we go. There's the link. I will now pin it. Whoops. Pin the link for everybody. There it is. Come on, folks, and join me. I'm going to be here for the next few hours. I'm, of course, here somewhere. There I am. Here I am, as William Shatner says. I'm going to be here for the next few hours. I am, of course, D Zombie. You can find me on D Zombie underscore D underscore zombie underscore on Instagram. And that's pretty much where else you can, only place you can find me. Let's see what else. Tonight I'm smoking on blueberry muffins. That's all I have right now. But it, fortunately for me, it's stuff I grew, which is pretty dope. So it's pretty good. It's nice and berry flavoring. Whoops. Right. Just wanted to. There we go. Put that on. Thank you, Mrs. D. Come on and join me, folks. What's everybody on smoking on in chat tonight? Boy, oh boy. I think it's going to be one of those nights again. All tongue-tied and everything. Yeah, man. Here's Agnes Beckett. Agnes, I'm smoking on some blueberry muffins, buddy. Stuff I grew from the summer, and it's freaking good, man. All good. Shout out to Agnes. Mr. Beckett, hope you're doing good, buddy, and I hope your mom's doing good too. Tell your mom I says hello. And Mrs. D says to tell her, we say, hello, Mrs. Beckett. She's a really nice lady. What up, Miss Chronic? Welcome, 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 everybody, to the Saturday Takeover Show. Coughing up a storm over here. Smoking on some blueberry muffins, Miss Chronic. What are you up to tonight? I hope you're having a great night. Southern VT's out harvesting picorus. Hammer was still back a couple days. Nice, VT. That's awesome. Okay, Captain. No problem, buddy. Yeah, it is tasty, Agnes. I wish I grew them all now. Next year, I'll pop them the rest of them. So, yeah. Yeah, so Southern, that's awesome. Oh yeah, before we get too much into the show, we'll do a quick station identification break from our fearless leader here. So if you're gonna join, and I'm not answering for the next couple minutes while I do this commercial, I'll let you in as soon as we're done. Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to check out Fumidor, Fumes of Gold, and all that good stuff to get yourself some awesome seeds, awesome genetics, and also some awesome merch like this shirt here. There's our fearless leader right there, Mr. Fumidor himself, wearing the gaffer tape. He's got lots of different shirts, lots of styles. He's got Morgana. He's got Sour Morgana. He's got pretty much anything you can think of, any of his genetic lines. He does. I have that shirt. Now that's my favorite shirt right now, and man, is it comfortable! And it's only $18, $18.10. What a good deal for that shirt right there. But I'm going to scroll down a little bit just to show you what I am going to pick up next off of Fumidor.com. You got mugs. Check out those mugs. Aren't they sweet? Picorus. Oh, look, Southern VT. Speaking of, there's the Picorus right there. I'm just gonna keep scrolling. There it is. Brains. The High Noon Safety Meeting shirt. Be sure to get yours. By the way, that show, little segue, runs Wednesdays, 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Check your local listings. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna pick up next. A nice hoodie. And it's only $31. Like, can you believe that shit? $31 instead of paying like I can't believe like some of these companies, these people, I'm not naming names, but some seed companies or um fertilizer companies or nutrients companies, they charge $60-$70 for a freaking t-shirt, which is ridiculous. Anyways, be sure to check out that. And then also don't forget to check out his seeds, all that he has. He has lots of different seeds. He's got 4 or 5 packs, 2, 3, 4, 5 packs. He's got Morgana, all the Morgana versions. Tis but a scratch. That looks pretty cool, actually. I must say the figment. I really like the looks of that plant. The figment looks good. And there's another one. Is it the glue? Let's see, that glue one, not gaffer tape. Surf, no. Just Picarus. Actually, speaking of Picarus, that's what Southern VT right now is harvesting. But I bet you it looks really Southern looks really good too. Anyhow, get the smaller pack, 135. You get the balder pack, yo for 225. And there's a bunch. I can't click and open it right now because it would be all screwy. That's what I really like right now myself. Actually, it's the Lime River Rose. That's a good strain. I really like the taste of that lime and so good. So yeah, I've grown Black Prince Ruby. That's a nice one. What else? What else? What else? Shalago the Bat. I've grown. I've grown that too. I've grown a couple of premium strains, such as a BPR, Black Prince Ruby. I grew that too. That's a good one. And I suppose, of course, I grew the Morgana, the sour Morgana, and I smoked like I said, the other one. Can't think of the name right offhand. I'm just looking at all this lovely bud porn right now. Look at that, eh? So yeah, be sure to get yourself some seeds. Use the coupon code BRAINZ, BRAINZ for a discount. And just so everyone knows that the Brains coupon discount code only works for his seeds. It will not work for his it will not work for the merch, or does not work for Gage Green Genetics. And there's something else I was just gonna quickly mention now, but I can't remember what it was. Bless you. Um, shit. All right, that's it, I guess. We'll just leave it with that then, folks. We'll see who's here. Near Smash, we'll let Smash in. I'll turn my camera back on. Bing bong. Yeah. Hey, Smashed. Oh shit! It looks like he's at a party. Is he spinning more rhymes than a lazy Susan? Yo, DJ, spin that shit. I'm always wanting to say that. What's going on, Metro? Love from the plants. Bob E. Nightbot, like always, go fuck yourself. Smashed, you can't hear. Smash can't hear, so he has to wait a minute, folks. So yeah. I am sifting no seeds. Oh, love for the plant. I see. I have to read back. Go back and read. There. Be sure, don't forget live chat, top chat, the live chat for your better chatting experience.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Hey, Smash.
How you guys
What's
doing?
going on? What's going on, man?
Oh, just hanging out.
Right on.
Doing a little bit of mushies.
Right on. Cheers, Captain.
Celebrating my birthday weekend.
Right on. What day is that on?
It's actually Tuesday, but this is the closest weekend, so it's my birthday weekend.
Nice.
I'm not gonna do anything next weekend either, but I figured I'd go out maybe one night.
Right on.
I'm downtown.
Yeah. Right on.
It's
Sorry.
fucking cold and rainy though.
Oh, no. Well, that's no good.
Yeah, I was gonna go to there was a bonfire event today. I was gonna go. I just couldn't get there. It was fucking. I mean, I could have got there, but it was just too wet and rainy. I didn't want to go.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's crappy, who wants to go? Especially if it's cold.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
buddy.
I'm gonna go on mute and go inside for a little bit.
All right. Yo, DJ, spin that shit. Southern VT says happy birthday, early birthday, Smashed. Cheers, Captain. Robert Greenfingers. Hey, Nightbot. And there's Nightbot. So we'll just put him. Put user in time out. No. Shoot, remove. Take that, Mr. Nightbot. That's funny. All right. So yeah, hop on, folks, and join me in Smash. Smash can't really talk because he's at a thing right now. So I'm all by myself. Besides, both Smash is listening and kind of, sort of, in the background. Yeah. What's everybody smoking on today in chat or tonight in chat? Smash has got a little mushy going on. He said. I got some blueberry muffins and also some black diamonds for nighttime. Wow, that's crazy. Nice, some cool. There's green fingers. We're like green fingers in. Bing. Oh. All right, Smash, take it easy, buddy. Oh, there we go. There's green fingers. Oh, he got stuck. I thought he got stuck in the door. The bouncer wouldn't let him in. There he is. What's going on, green fingers? Welcome.
Over here. There you go. I'm the only one on here?
Yeah. Smash said he'll be back.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He had some jam or something. It looks like. Nice.
I'm stuck on the no. There it is. Now I can see you. Shit. Couldn't see you before. I was stuck on the other
fingers.
Cheers. It's telling me like safe driving mode. Never seen that shit before.
Oh shit, eh?
Because I guess there's always been somebody else on here.
Yeah, and it sucks because you can't flip over to like.
Yeah, that's what I swept over, and I tried to swipe over, and I went backwards. Like, what's this black screen I've never seen? I was like, shit.
Yeah.
Safe driving mode, I guess.
There's something. I don't know. It changes as soon as there's a third person. As soon as someone else comes in, it changes. Wedding cake, coffee, watermelon, Skittles. Ooh, that sounds crazy.
On the wrong show.
Banana split. That sounds good. Cry more grows.
see myself.
I don't know.
Amateur move.
What
Trying to read us. Like, damn, I left the volume on. Banana
Okay.
split from DNA or who was that? Agnes or no? Crymore.
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 Mr. Crymore.
From DNA Crymore or am I mistaken? It's probably 1,000 banana splits now, right? Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it's very purple. Blue,
Yeah,
purple, or I mean, yeah. Oh, shit.
smoking that banana gun OG.
Right. I like banana
Yeah, it's
strain.
like all maple. This is all maple. Brown sugar.
Oh, yeah, the Canadian strain.
Yeah, this is the one. This
Yeah,
one's really
yeah, yeah.
good. This one's really good. I pulled the seeds out of this one and I'm popping those to see if they're more maple.
Nice.
Otherwise, I'll go back to the parents. Go back to the original.
Yeah. Cheers, Dr. Dank 420.
Jurassic Park? No. It's thumbnail. Little made me see a Jurassic Park sign. I don't know why.
Good day, Ned Kelly. Crikey.
Hey, Kelly, cheers.
I want to show that. I'm going to see if I can find that video. Oh, you know, always till after. I want to show you guys this awesome video of an Australian guy fighting a kangaroo on a bike. We haven't showed it in a long time, so I think it's well overdue. Here we go. Bring
Jesus
my
Christ.
fit up.
Oh shit, I'm not sideways.
Amy Weiss team. Right on. I'm gonna roll a joint.
I see me. Cheers. I don't even see your Twitch. Yeah. Amy, wine cheese. That sounds exciting.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Amy so much. That sounds fire.
Are you talking about Aces, Amy?
Amy Aces, yeah.
Yeah. I've never got my hands on those seeds.
Yeah. Buddy Kilowatt sent me some. I got lucky.
Right on.
Yeah. Might have 2 or 3 left. I have to pop because I did not take cutting.
Oh shit, eh?
I thought I did, but the hurricane took the extra one I had.
Yeah.
The big one in the ground outside is doing fine, but she's already like weeks away from being finished, so that's not gonna help me with the cut because the re-veg on these are hard. Like, I'll have to take it light outside. It's not like in a pot. It's in a big bed. Can't move the bed till light. I can't, so I'm gonna have to move lights to the bed.
Yeah.
If lights in there, they're just not bright enough to re-veg at the distance. They're like 14 feet high. Plants are when I top them out, they're gonna be bottom. Oh hell yeah! I see me. Cheers. I'll take some. I will probably. I'll send you my address. Good stuff though. Oh hi. I don't know what I was talking about before that. Oh chicken. I gotta turn my stove off. Holy shit.
Right on. That sounds like a good strain. That's some good shit.
No, my chicken would have been dry.
I'm just happy this blueberry muffin was ready. I had nothing else to smoke.
Oh, so you grew this one yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, Agnes Beckett.
Yeah, you gave everybody some of those. That was awesome.
Yes, and it's friggin' awesome.
He offered me some, and I just didn't have any room, so I didn't respond to the message like a douchebag. Sorry, Agnes, for never responding. It's just like that was a year ago already. That's already last year. Shit. And that was like fucking like the
That's
beginning of the
friggin'
season.
awesome.
Before the season started, he's like, "I'll hook you up." And I was like, "No
Yeah.
response. No response." Felt like a douchebag. Still do. I'm a douchebag. I'll give it. I'll give you guys that.
Mm.
I'm horrible at responding. Give me your address, and I'm gonna forget your order for like a long time. Like, not your order is for free, but like, give me your address. I'm gonna forget to send you your free stuff for a very long time. It's like, damn, it's free, so don't be mad. It's like, don't. It's still coming. If anybody has got something free from me, it's still coming.
There was some human versus kangaroo in the news last week. Kangaroo was trying to drown the bloke's dog. Motherfucker, eh? Fucking kangaroos. Punch him in the pouch.
Was it the kangaroo that was in the swamp with the guy fighting? You see that one?
No.
Yeah, that was just a recent one. Like I just saw it on Instagram 2 days ago, so it's got to be brand new because it's the first time I saw it. Yeah, it was a guy looked like he was riding a dog in the swamp. I was like, what the hell? And then the guy walked up and just punched the shit out of it and dropped his phone, so you couldn't see what happened after.
Holy shit.
But
Cheers, hardcore. That's crazy. Yeah, I seen a guy. Actually, it's Aussie CC. He friggin' was trying to fight off a kangaroo.
the guy with the red bandana, and he has a red rag on it, and he runs after the. Yeah, that's a couple good fighting ones out there.
Fighting around the world.
I would fight it. I would fight a kangaroo, no problem.
I'm Russell Crowe.
I don't expect to win, but like I don't expect to lose. Like I'll give him a good fight.
He was jacked. That's crazy.
This
I'm gonna have to check that out.
one guy feeds his kangaroos. Like he comes up to his fence and he feeds them, and like they won't feed him unless they flex on him. So he makes them flex. And he goes up and pets them. They're all nice to him, but they're super ripped.
Really?
Give him some creatine. Things would be monsters, bro.
Steroids.
Oh no, I wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't think about doing that.
No, the kangaroo. The kangaroo was juicing.
They would whoop your ass. They wouldn't give you a chance. Just creatine. You don't want them too much stronger. You don't want them that much stronger. You just want them to look like they're going to be way stronger, but make a good show though.
Oh, good, my gifter.
Walking down the street with your kangaroo, you don't imagine. It would be fun.
Uh-oh. Oh, Captain's not stuck. We'll see in a minute.
Captain?
Yeah, Captain's stuck. I think he's stuck between rooms.
Oh, he's stuck in yeah.
Oh, here he comes.
I call it purgatory. Got stuck.
Purgatory, yeah.
I said that last time. We got stuck. We couldn't use our volume, me and Christoph. So I had to jump back on 3 times. It still didn't work. And
That's
buddy
crazy.
flew out and muted me. I was like,
Cheers, Captain. Oh, he's still connecting the audio. I'm jumping the gun.
yeah, I can't even see him. So it means he's
Hey,
not.
we can scroll over now.
Cheers,
everyone.
Cheers, Captain. What's going on, buddy? Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Beautiful day in paradise.
Looks like it, man.
Did we work in this over there?
Yeah, we got to work today. We're working on getting the house cleaned up.
How's the arm?
Oh, it still hurts, man. They took the staples out and they said, "Oh, we got to put a stitch in." I said, "That's what the staple was for."
Yeah.
Staples temporary. I gotta go put a suture in. It'll fall apart.
So yeah, they had to put a couple stitches in yesterday, and it was like, damn, now I got to work today.
Damn, eh? Motherfuckers.
Yeah, but I've got some help coming over to help me, so it won't be that bad. We'll be able to break the work up, and it'll be done in 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
I'm literally paying him almost 2 days' wages to help me.
Oh yeah. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm paying 500 bucks.
yeah.
I've been trying to get people to help me to clean my house, and all I'm asking is just to mop the fucking floors
That's
and
crazy.
help me clean out my kitchen. Take some of the stuff that I'm not using anymore because I've gone all electric, and take a few things out and change around my kitchen. But you figure, you know, when you only make 200 to 300 baht a day, that if someone offers you 500 baht for 5 hours worth of work, wouldn't you jump on it?
Like a fat kid on a Smartie.
Yeah, that's a half day's work
Yeah,
for
man.
for a day and a half pay.
High organic soil gardens. That's crazy. Yeah. That's
It is good.
So we're doing the inside of the house today. And next week, we're going to get the front yard cleaned up.
mhm.
We're going to take out a bunch of the shit that shouldn't be there, so the flowers can flourish that are there. So
Hold
how's
on.
everybody
Hold
else
on.
doing today?
I'm good, Captain. 1 second, guys. Hold on. That's a fast way to get your ass kicked out and banned. So if you want to keep it up, I can very easily block your ass, and that's it. Anyways, continue, guys. Sorry about that unpleasantness. I'm doing good, Captain. How are you? Where are you at?
Good.
Cheers, Bud Kilowatt. Everybody in chat.
Cheers, Ned.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you're doing okay down there in the outback.
Crikey. Maybe I can show that video now.
Yeah, that was. I was in top chat. That's a warning.
Oh no.
Yeah. Everybody get into live chat.
I'm gonna say Captain tell him because I like people get top chat. They forget. Yeah, that's why nothing was making sense. Now I read the comment. I didn't see the comment. Yeah, that was the one where he was trying to ground the dog. That was the one that I saw. That was great. Fucking kangaroo. Fucking kangaroo, bro. These things are wild.
Yeah, I'm looking for that right now.
Every time I blow the ash, it goes right under my glasses somehow.
Isini 638 Nong Hing, Chiang Rai, Thailand 57000.
You're funny.
I'll wait for those king juices to be coming.
Yeah.
Oh wait, greenhouses here in Thailand. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Wow, really?
Watched another American company come over and die.
What happened? Somebody died.
Watched another American company thinking they could come to Thailand, do something.
Company.
Moving on back to the States.
Yeah. It works on paper. It all worked out on paper.
Yeah, it did.
That's always what you hear when they go back. It's like, well, worked out on paper, didn't it?
Oh, a bicycle.
I've caused a big stir here because I've decided that I've got to get some work done. And in the process, and talking with some people up here, they want me to grow for them.
Nice.
And they're willing to give me a price per gram that I'm happy with. You know, you don't need to make $10 a gram. I mean, at $5 a gram, if you're not doing it right, then yeah, you're not going to make money.
Yeah.
But if you're doing it old school way, packing them in, not defoliating so much, man, I
All right.
can't wait to get these new lights. They're telling me over 3 kilos per light, or 3 grams per watt, I should say, sorry.
I'm trying to move you, mate. Fuck off. Fuck off. Go. Go. Look. Oh. Fuck off. Go to your friend. Holy hell, I'm trying to help you, buddy.
Go your friends, buddy.
Go. Look. Okay. I got my bike, I'm going. Good luck.
Yeah.
I hope CCC's doing well.
He actually still does the show. He was recently broadcasting. But I think that's some of that stuff's way over my head.
Yeah, I'm just a stupid stoner.
Yeah.
Oh, I found that out when I was talking to the concentrate guy, and it was like, okay, buddy, I'm gonna stop you right here. Why? You just went right over my fucking head.
Yeah.
I didn't understand a word you said except for this and this.
Exactly. Sure, ECC. I like to get. I actually am lucky enough now that I have access to Fumi's channel. I went back and I watched some of the old episodes, and I love to get some of the old people back on the show. So you catch up with them. I haven't seen them in a long time, especially like Rez. I'm gonna send Rez a message. I'm gonna see if he'll be a guest maybe or something for a show. So I like Resurrection Prophet. He's a fun guy. Right on, Ned. See, Ned Kelly knows what's up. He wants to show Ozzy's show yesterday. Right on.
Ah.
Yeah, some of that stuff goes way over my head now. Like he's booked with all his books learning stuff. But yeah. Still cool though. I remember he used to come on and give us his little he used to do microscope demonstrations. Shit, pretty cool. Time to roll the joint.
Yeah, I'm a lazy pot grower. You know, if I water the day before, I open up the door the next day when the lights are on to make sure they're all right, and then I shut the door and I come back tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you don't need these people that say, oh, I spent 3-4 hours in my grow room cleaning it up. It's like, what?
taking dead leaves. Better be doing something. Better be
I,
doing something.
but I mean, you're in your grow room every day. Do you have 10,000 square feet? If you don't have 10,000 square feet, you don't need to be in there every day. Or you don't need to be in there that long. You can do a walkthrough to make sure things aren't going south, especially in the last 3 to 4 weeks of flowering.
Mhm. Yeah.
Especially if we're using untested genetics. Like I just ran through probably a close to 100 sour diesel seeds. And I ended up with 56 females and 6 female terms.
Wow.
So they got pulled out and the mother plants are dead. So we got that out of the way. Now comes the next 60 days of veg and then 70 days of flowering. 30 days to let the seeds dry and we should be ready to go.
Nice.
Because I've tested everything myself. Yeah, I test all my shit. I'm not one of these people to give out my shit and let other people test it for me. I've heard too many horror stories.
Yeah.
And with the way things go with me, hell no. Oh, let me get that cut for my personal garden. Yeah, right.
A cap. Let me get that cut. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I don't know how many
Yeah.
times I think.
Actually, you should be asking Buddy for a cut of that Death Star I gave him.
Oh shit. You guys got that shit going, huh? I forgot he popped those.
Yeah.
How did they go? I know that they were all female, but how did they go? How did they turn out?
Yeah, they turned out all female for him, which was quite surprising. They should be just hitting about flowering by now.
Right? It's just about time.
Yeah, for him to flip those. It's been a good 45 days since he popped them, 60 days.
Right. So, yeah, because my room's already almost done. And he started them right after I started mine. So, yeah, should be ready.
Right on.
Less veg and long.
And again, Ben, my address is 638.
That shit is classic.
I'll even pay you for a pound of that.
Oh, that's good.
I pay for good weed.
I haven't smoked that shit for a long time. Like that stuff.
Yeah.
It's been
Death Star's a good nighttime one.
at least 10 minutes.
Oh man, no, you wake up with that fucker.
Maybe the cut I had.
I don't remember. That's the whole thing. I don't really remember.
My cut grown properly gives you a 2 to 3 hour high.
Wow.
Yeah, that's impressive.
And if you sit down and you smoke like 2/3 of a gram of a joint, you know, that's the size of my joints here in Thailand. I've got it nailed down. That way I don't run out of weed until the next harvest. But you roll 3/4 of a gram, smoke that joint, and if you're in the right setting, it will feel like the world has lifted off of your shoulders. All the stress is gone. I mean, It makes you happy. It makes you feel good. Besides that, 2 hours later, you still realize you're still high.
D Zombie, P.O. Box.
You're a Canadian. Sorry.
So fire.
And there goes the guy I need to talk to about my field. Good, he's on his bike. That means he should only be going to the market, and we'll be back soon. And I can ask him about this field. There ain't no way in hell I'm going to let the hospital put up temporary tents out there to put people.
Yeah, that's pretty. Sorry, go ahead. So,
Crazy.
yeah, that's crazy. Fucking.
Right.
Now, if they were putting up permanent housing for people like nurses and people like that, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, that's different.
But you want to put up temporary tent housing on a piece of property. I did find out that they did find the septic, or not the septic, but the main water line for that property. But I don't think they found the septic system because I don't think there's one there. So if you don't have a septic system, what are you going to do? I mean, this is Thailand. Yeah, it's going to get colder, but still those porta pots are going to hit 90, 100 degrees every day. I don't want to be smelling no porta pots.
That smells good.
I actually pay people around the village that I know that, you know, are collecting pop bottles and shit like that for extra money. I pay them to clean up around the trash bin. You know, I can see it from my front porch. So I have people come and clean that up. And I told them about that. I said, listen, we got a bunch of people living back in the woods over here, and they don't give a shit about their trash. They just throw it everywhere. And you want to put temporary tent housing here? I say, I pay for the cleanup of this area. You're just going to make it 10 times worse. And I will be moving if they do that. I will find another house. This will just be a grow house. I will turn this house into nothing but genetics. It will be nothing but pollen flying in every fucking room.
That'd be dope.
Yo, yeah.
Dream come true. Yeah.
So I was going to pick out 50 packs the other day to pop. Well, 50 turned into 110 really quick.
Yeah.
That happens, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't believe I got like 1,200, 1,300 seeds.
That's all. That's crazy, dude. There's a lot of seeds.
And what do you
Yeah.
That's the way it happens.
I've got the Sour Diesel, the Sensi Star Project, the Star Dog Project. Since I grouped them, I kind of grouped everything that I would want to hit with certain males that I have, and I collected those all together. The ones that will go with the Sour Diesel, the Sensi Stars, those type males.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just going to go full out for 6 months.
True.
And then I'll finally, maybe around the 8th month, have a harvest of non-seeded weed. Actually, no, the autoflowers from Night Owl will be done in about 100 days.
Woo.
Like to shout out Masonic for his free seed day, and thank you for those, Night Owl and Masonic, and thank you, Bud, for inviting me out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really cool thing.
I may have not stayed inside with all you big boys, but I had fun out in the parking lot. I'm still a lot kid. I make my money in the lot, man.
Fumidor.com.
Now I gotta find something to smoke. Ah. I grabbed the wrong jar last night. I grabbed bubble gum.
Nice. I like bubble
Bubble
gum.
gum is, yeah, but it's not a nighttime strain.
No.
It's nighttime over there. It's daytime over there, bro. What are you doing?
That was last night.
Oh, last night. Okay, I fixed everything. Now you're gonna.
Yeah, I went for a meeting last night at the place around the corner from my house. I don't even have to take my bike out of second gear to get there. That's how close it is. Oh,
What? 103.
there was a trade. There's a trade.
It's
That's
funny.
funny. You read that too at the same time.
Yeah,
We both
that's
laughed at
funny.
that. That was awesome. Shout out. Smoke more. Smoke more.
That's what I want to. I do the same thing. I might have to go and grind up some. What's it called? That freaking dry ice hash. Smoke some of that. In a minute. Smoke. All I have is one plant of the blueberry muffins. Everything else I grew this year was male. Turned out male. And I did like 22 plants.
Oh
No
shit!
male.
That happened to me. It's crazy. You have the same
Yeah.
luck. That's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
How about this one? We pop 21 Sensi stars and get one male.
Wow.
That's crazy.
These stars are
Yeah.
awesome.
Always looking for more
I'm
than
just
one
glad it was a good one.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you only got one of this shit, that sucks. I like those with pollinate, so I use every one I got. I found maybe 2 keepers I don't smell that I would like to keep on them.
That's the way I'm going to be doing it with the Sensi Star and also the Sour Diesels. Those are going to be an open pollination. Actually, everything I've got, like the Star Dog, those are going to be all open pollination. We're going to take those to F3s, but they will not be released. I'm sorry. I had to talk with JJ about that. And my Star Dog that I have is the one that basically he got most of his genetics started on. So, you know, I'm not going to step on his toes.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a 2.5 hour talk about it. I asked him which way that he took it, which way did they lean. I mean, I asked a million questions.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've never grown it before. And if you worked with it, I want to know about it. Save me some time and fuck ups.
Yeah.
That is one thing I do have to say, though. Thailand is the only place that I've ever pulled off a successful first harvest in a new climate.
Yeah. Right on.
Yeah, I usually fuck them up.
Yeah.
So for me, that's a big win. And I'll admit that I fuck a lot of shit up. That's why we just grow a lot more.
Exactly.
Eventually I'll get it right. Maybe in year 35.
Shout out to everybody in chat. Shout out to all you lurkers too, watching in the background. Maybe smoking a joint, smoking a bong, doing some work, gardening. Shout out to all you 25 viewers out there.
Wow.
Fuck. That's not gonna be anybody who gets more cannabis.
Zoned out. Oh, shit. I'm high. I feel good. I'm high. I feel really good. I like it. I think I'm gonna eat my
Little
ramen.
things.
I think I'm gonna eat my ramen and chicken. Shit. What is that, cat?
Just a little metal container.
Little container,
This is a little plastic one. For you people out there that travel, grind your weed up and put it in something like this. You'd be surprised at how much you can get in there.
Free rounds. Yeah. It's a joint. I don't even know weed. I just leave it. I don't need it. I don't need it with me all the time. I'll just take some hash.
Nice.
Take a little hash with me everywhere I go. Yeah. Easier to smoke.
Well, the flower. No, it ain't.
Yeah, it is.
I have a friend that wrote a song about
You just light it.
trying to light hash with matches at the Dead Sea.
Yeah. I'm like, here, I'll give you my torch to light my hash. That shit won't not light. That shit will go right in flame. Right up. Oh yeah, that the T5, the T5000 or 4000. I used to use those for work, sweat pipes and whatnot.
Or this might work too. Hold on. If I can
They
do
even
it.
made a song about dumpster.
The big torch, or a huge one. Let's see.
See, I don't know how to use this thing. The Amazon friggin'. Oh, there we go.
Oh, my lights turned on finally. Thank God. Gotta go check on the babies.
Nice.
Put myself in the hole. 3, 2, 1.
There we
4
go.
kids on a scooter.
4.
Yeah,
After we
they all fit on the seat too.
Oh, nice.
That
That's
means
what
they could have put a 5th one standing up.
That one you can put holes in your in the layer. What is it called? I'm high. I'll talk about it later if I remember. I'll be back.
I want to get high as Robert.
Yeah, man. That would work. Try using that on the Dead Sea. Which that would work.
Okay. Yeah. I remember landscape fabric. You put holes in landscape fabric with those so you plant your plants through them. That's what I've seen those used for.
Right on.
I remembered when I walked away.
Yeah, I want one of those for the snow this winter, for snow and ice.
Nice.
Let's go out there. No shoveling. Captain's lucky he doesn't have to worry about shoveling.
Yeah, I know.
What is
That's
shoveling?
why I
for?
moved here.
What are you shoveling? Ice? Snow?
Snow and ice, man. Well, yeah, I guess you wouldn't know much about snow and ice either where you're from. Where you're
I
at.
shovel dirt that looks like snow. It's like fine sand, super bright when the sun hits it too, so you get blinded from that shit.
What's
Yeah.
up, kitty?
Almost the same. It gets freezing cold too. Like that, you
Hey, kit.
freezing cold. You don't want to touch the sand when it's super cold outside. That shit's
Oh yeah, that's
cold.
crazy.
What'd you do to your paw?
Nothing. What did I do to my paw?
No, the cat hurt his paw again. What'd
paw.
you do?
I haven't gotten a fight forever. I haven't gotten a fight forever.
Here.
I have time.
Oh, you got it good.
Oh my god, my chest.
I got a
Mm.
good fucking dog.
Poor kitty. And his owner's not home today.
Nice egg. This egg is gonna make some dry sift. Some blueberry muffins that's been drying for a
Okay.
month. Traditional. Ooh. I'm gonna have to go get some of that blueberry muffins in a minute, actually, and grind up some blueberry muffin, dry ice hash.
Good method.
Freaking awesome. Make it rain.
Yeah.
All right. Time to get two birds stoned at once. All right, Chad, I'll be back. I won't be able to see you guys for a minute. But be nice to me. Don't talk bad about me. Oh, I need a container.
Started.
Mm,
So chat. What are you guys smoking in the chat? What are you guys smoking on the panel? Also.
Mine's a mixture at this point. One strain is not getting me high.
what's wrong with this?
But
The only
you
thing
have
I-
hybrid.
That's empty. Okay, good. I'll use this. I got blueberry muffins. That's all I have right now. Is blueberry
Yeah.
muffins that I grew, and then I got some of that blueberry muffin
Ah.
rice hash that I'm gonna go grind up and sieve. I mean, in a minute.
There's the other kitty.
Gotta go sieve some of that and make a coffee. Coffee
We
time.
got both kitties today.
Right on. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
The black one finally came into my house last week because this one was sitting on my kitchen table chair.
That's funny.
I let the cats into my house. What are they gonna do?
Yeah.
Spray all over the place. Just kidding.
Nah, they don't do that.
That'd be wild though. Walk in there, smell cactus. Man, my fault.
Would be like the what cartoon was it? I can't remember. So was it South Park? The cats are friggin' doing rails of catnip. Captain walks in. What the fuck? Snorting catnip.
They got my bottle of Keef open.
All right.
Yeah. I think Cat's gonna have to go to the hospital again.
Aw, kitty. I can see. Now you up here, Moo? There's Moo. What are you doing, Mooster? You being a good boy? Good kitty?
I got one sitting laying out on the steps to the porch, and I've got the other one sitting up on the rail.
Yeah.
That little white thing you can see in front of me. He's sitting on that, looking out towards the open field and the birds.
Oh, right on. Entertainment for the. Here's what's left of the blueberry muffins. Not much.
I guess I'm a rich guy today. I don't own a cat, and I have 2 of them visiting me.
Yeah.
I know, guys, I didn't get you any food, but I got water out for you.
Here, kitty. There's the blueberry muffins ice hash. I'm gonna sieve it in a second. I got my little sieve here. I sieve that shit out.
You got a cheese grater?
Parmesan grater. Even because the holes are even smaller. Oh shit, I turn this back around. Hop on, folks. Come join us. I'm gonna be here for the next couple hours. What are you doing over there?
Yeah, about 12:30, I'm probably going to have to take off. I told my help to be here around 11:30.
Right on. Cool.
He called me at like 3 minutes 8 this morning.
Yeah.
I told him last night, don't call me at 8 o'clock in the morning. So he didn't. 7:57.
Fucking guy. What are you doing? You being a good boy? No, you stay away from this. Get away from this box. I'll kick your butt. Wants to jump on my friggin' hash box.
Wow, that's cool. Remember when people used to take like CDs and make like wind chimes out of them? This
No,
house over here is like hanging CDs from their patio, and it looks pretty cool as they spin and reflect all the different colors.
That's cool. Someone needs some magic mushrooms for some psychedelic shit right there.
Yeah, I am not in the right frame of mind or heart for that right now.
Yeah.
That would be the worst thing in the world for me.
Yeah, true.
And especially if I was back in the States, because I can't say what would happen.
Yeah. Kitty, what are you doing? Get out of there. Get out of my grow tent. Come on, out. Out, Z. Come on, out. Good cat. Kitty's trying to look through my pots. My soil pots.
Oh, cats are hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, they hallucinate like 60, 70% of the time anyways, especially kittens. They hallucinate a lot.
Yeah.
So if you ever see a cat going after something that's not there, no, it's just not there to you. To the cat, it is.
No, that's crazy. I see him do that all the time. What are you doing now? I gotta keep my eye on this freaking cat. This is one room I don't let my cat in. My animals in. This room here. Here's my grow room.
Oh, I came out. My kitty got smacked today. Today was the second time I've ever smacked him. He was on my kitchen table.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get pretty pissed if my cats climb up trying to get on my desk.
Desks, tables, countertops, no, cat.
Mm, cannabis services, no. The no-go zone for you. Hey, Mooey. Hi,
Yeah,
buddy.
you shed too much.
This guy actually doesn't shed, which is pretty cool, but still, he'll walk all over it and mess shit up. I don't want him on my cannabis desk. What are you doing? But I'll
This
let him
is
be.
Sunday, isn't it?
Yeah, for you, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
My
Saturday
neighbor
night
laid
for the rest of
home.
us. Except for Fumi. I think it's like 6 in the morning or something right now for Fumi. There he is.
Well, it's 10 a.m. here.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah, 6 o'clock. No, get out of here. Fuck off. Motherfucker. I got a nice pile of 2 over there. Tried to put his paw in it. I love you, Cap, but get the F out of here. Out of that. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna take my cat and kick it out. I don't want it in here anymore. Here, kitty. Come join us, folks. Oh, hi. Oh, you're trying to hide into the... Where are you? So where'd you go now? You're over there. Come here, man. Come here. Come here. Don't get out of the nutrients. Now he's trying to get into the freaking nutrients. This cat, man.
That's the face of a troublemaker.
Yes, he is. The troublemaker.
I can see it.
Trying to get in the hash, and he's trying to get into nutrients. No, stay out. There. Ah. All right, back to saving up some hash. Smoke. Nice. No, you can't come in.
Oh,
No, good enough.
whoops. Yeah,
There we go.
that white van that just went by, that's an asshole number one. It's a blind turn when you get to the corner of my house because of both of the cement walls around the houses on each side. And that white van was flying down here and almost hit head on a little 125 scooter.
Wow, that's crazy. Fucking guy.
People up here literally get their driver's license out of Cracker Jack boxes.
All right, I'm out. I'm outie. My cat's trying to help me now. No, get out of here, cat. It's a good boy.
There's one in my house someplace.
I'm gonna close the bathroom door. I gotta close my bathroom doors and everything. So shit, we'll get into stuff. Bye, Mrs. D. Coffee time. And then joint time and hash time.
Whose crickets are those?
Not me.
They're not mine.
Mine.
Too cold to be crickets here.
I actually had to pull the headphones away to hear them. My butterflies, and I got birds in my yard. The fruit's dropping again, and they're having a feast. 4 more people on a scooter. At least Mom had a helmet on.
Uh-huh.
The
I
kid
knew.
standing in front of her didn't, though. There's one of my yellow butterflies.
Right on, cat. Oh, you and a rascal. There you are, you little rascal. Oh my.
That's what I'm saying. I really don't want to clean my house today.
It's fudge. Yeah. Bing bong. I like that. Hey, bud, how's it going, man?
Well, I'm recovering
From
from
surgery.
surgery yesterday, so I'm hurt. Yeah, I had surgery, and yeah, I'm hurting a bit, but it all went well.
What? They didn't give you any tramadol?
Oh, they hooked me up with everything. Yeah. Well, I mean, they gave me a few days worth of some oxys and a bunch of other medicines.
Antibiotics.
No, it was a hernia surgery where it took so
It was
long
LASIK.
with getting approval and insurance and all this. It took months. But when they finally were going to do laparoscopic, which is the most common form of hernia surgery, that's where they don't even cut you open. They just poke holes and use robotics, basically. The surgeon, and by the time I went through all the hoops and everything, I ended up at Scripps La Jolla, which is like the premier hospital and doctors in the area. My surgeon, I forget her name. I can't pronounce her name. But when I went in, I guess that was in August for the laparoscopic, when she did the little check it out, she recommended it for this. We'd do full surgery. So I had to wait another 6 weeks to get the surgery appointment, which I had to be in pre-surgery check-in at 5 a.m. yesterday morning, which is an hour from my house. So I left here at 4, and it's definitely first-class treatment. It had the best staff, nurses. I think I was like out before they even gave me any of the anesthesia or anything. Like, I don't even remember. I remember being wheeled into the pre-surgery, and then I was being woke up by the nurse because you have to pee first before you can get released.
Yeah.
My friend that brought me there, they said, oh, probably 11:30, 12 o'clock, because I was scheduled for surgery at 7:20. And I was already in my car. Well, they wheeled me down to my car. I was still pretty out of it on what do you call it, anesthesia and all that. 10:20. Like, yeah, they just, and even the sharp pains I'm getting, I think, the surgery went well, I think all that. But when I move or try to get up, I don't have any stitches or staples. I have like a 6-inch gash right here, or where they cut me open, but they just glued it together, right? Which works. There's no like there's not like any pus or any bleeding or no bandage. but when I like move certain ways and there's like stretch skin, I get like, yeah,
You feel it.
yeah. I think even if you put stitches give a little bit. Oh, when they glue
Yeah.
it, oh, it doesn't give it all, but it heals
The
better and
staples don't either.
it heals faster. And oh, everything they said about post-op pain and all that, it's pretty much like they said. It's yesterday because I opted for what they call a block or they used an ultrasound and then shot me full of Novocaine or something like that and numbed my whole thing beyond anesthesia and all that. And so yesterday when I got home, I wasn't feeling any pain really. Last night,
And
even
then
when I
a
was
couple
sleeping,
hours later, it's like, oh, fuck, that's
no,
worn off.
yeah, maybe it was like 20 hours later. Like I went to sleep pretty early, but around 3 in the morning, I was rolled over something in bed, and I realized, oh, and then I had to get up to pee, and I was like, that's when I realized, oh, I'm hurting. But
Yeah.
it's only my surgery was less than 24 hours ago or 24 hours ago. So yeah, I'm supposed to recover and take it easy for weeks and all that. So I'm just glad I got it done because it progressed to where it was I wasn't able to
Gonna
function.
cause you a lot of problems. Yeah.
Hernia, like, oh, everybody's hernia is different. Some people live with them. I Googled and read all about it, but oh, mine progressed like it I couldn't have lived with it. I don't know how people could live with it. And like even I'm 60 and I don't know how many times the different doctors had to answer all these questions, but like they were always kind of shocked that I've never, that was the first time I've ever had surgery. I mean, I've had stitches, but like I hadn't even seen a doctor or anything in 30 years or so. So yeah, I didn't know what to expect, but it happened and I'm glad. And now I'm on recovery mode and taking it easy for at least a few days. And then, well, for another friend of mine that had this done and said that he didn't abide in the post, he got active too soon. He ended up with a hematoma or infection, and he said, yeah, whatever they tell you, just follow it, because even though you might think you're feeling better, or after a few days, you still need to take it easy for a period of time to fully heal up. So even though, yeah, my life doesn't really present itself where I'm going to better just take it. I've already taken it easy for months and it's been costing me, I don't know, like the lady said, my surgeon said, don't lift anything more than a gallon of milk for 6 weeks. Even like, my couple of my friends questioned, well, dude, they have the handy card at the store, and they do. Every time you check out, they ask you if you need help out. But like, I got too much pride for that, even though like I buy a 50-pound bag of dog food and I should use help to get it in my trunk. I still just, do what I got to do. I guess I should ask for help, but so far I haven't asked for help.
You
I
should
just
for
deal
now,
with it.
anyways. You should, anyways, for now, bud, while you're recovering, man.
Yeah. Well, that's the plan.
Yeah, buddy.
And actually, I stocked up. I'm good to go for a few days. So,
Right on.
yeah, I'm in recovery mode. Yeah, I mean, I can attest that our medical system is Not that the doctors and the procedures are and all that is broke, but the system to get you to that point is broke. Like, yeah, that was a night. Like now that I got it done, but I was 5 months of I don't know how many phone calls and how many approvals and referrals to the wrong place or the this or the just so much bullshit that I had to weather to get treatment. That was the nightmare of it. And thank God mine was a common procedure, not life threatening. God, I feel for somebody that's trying to use our system to, for something that's time sensitive and life or death. Like, yeah, the system is a mess. I don't have a lot of experience in it other than with friends and stuff, but I kind of remember years ago, the system worked a little different, like having insurance and they got you in and you didn't like, yeah, I had to wait like 6 weeks was the soonest appointment. And then, oh, you get that appointment and then the next earliest appointment's 4 weeks after that. Like there's nothing they can do about it. That's how far out they're booked or whatever.
Yeah.
And from talking to other people, I got in pretty quick. Like some people, it's even worse. It takes longer.
Come
Yeah.
to Thailand, see the doctor in the morning, surgery by 1.
Yeah, when you
Smoking a joint by
talked
2.
about that, I realized, yeah, that's what's missing. And yeah, I mean, I don't have the most expensive insurance and stuff, but I have friends that have that, and they experience the same. It's not like, oh, if you got an X amount of money, the system works better for you. Not that much, unless you're just paying cash, which is, yeah, who can afford that?
Come to Thailand, I do.
Well, if I had other like persistent health things, like I've been pretty, even though I don't live healthy, I smoke and party and live the life like that, and I'm 60. Yeah, I like even when they do the checkup on me, they're always commenting my blood pressure's good, everything's good, my amount of, even though I smoke, the amount of, what do you call it, the percentage of oxygen in my I don't know, I'm amazingly healthy, which some of that is I've had friends, I'm 60, I have friends, I guess they're like more hypochondriacs, like they when anything's off them, they go to the doctors, and then it seems like the way I look at it is if you think well, that's the biggest, because like some people think they're sick and the next thing you know they are sick, and then once you start seeing doctors a lot, and oh, now your cholesterol's messed up, and now this and now that, and oh, you need shoulder surgery, and then this, and then seems like, it's not that I'm against doctors or anything, but like I don't just run to the doctor every time I don't feel good or something.
Yeah.
And I think positive, and I think that has more to do with staying healthy than, now some people, yeah, we all born with a certain set of genes and parameters. So, I guess I'm pretty lucky as far as my health and all that. Considering it's not like I practice health. I'm like the opposite of that. I mean, I smoked a joint, a big fat joint I rolled for the drive down there. So by the time I went in there to check in, I was totally stoned, even though they like had recommended that I quit smoking weed a few days before the surgery. Like, hey, when the anesthesia called me for the pre-appointment on the phone, I basically said that I've been smoking wake and bake style all day long for 46 years, since I was 15 years old, basically. Oh, there's been a few days, but no. I smoke morning, noon, and night. I said to the person, do you think it would be better? Like, wouldn't I, like, I'd have more anxiety. I'd be like, if all of a sudden I abided in what you said and didn't smoke stop consuming cannabis a couple days before this procedure, wouldn't it just be better? And the lady would, they won't agree to this stuff, but she kind of like agreed that it would probably be, I'd be more disrupted, right? Like doing that than just doing what I always do, right? Like, I watched a video from an anesthesia on YouTube that explained why they recommend that you don't use cannabis when you're being put under. And a lot of that guy's video, he was like a top doctor, was that what he was saying on that video, what was more important is that patients be honest with the doctor. Where, like he says, that a lot of people don't want to admit, so they just don't say anything. That creates more of a problem, because if they know that you're a cannabis user, then if certain drugs have effects where they need more or less, like actually less, like is some of it, because the anesthesia is using the same endocannabinoid system as cannabis is, right? So your reactions might be slightly different, but if they know that, then they know how to react to that when they're giving you this cocktail of anesthesia drugs, which those are the those are the good drugs. Like, I know, like, when I came out of that, and I just by nature, I was like, I tried to get, I was on IV, and it was fentanyl. Like, fentanyl bad. I sprayed the fentanyl, but when a doctor's giving it through IV,
No.
it's a hell, like, propofol. Like, I also had propofol. That's the one that Michael Jackson basically died on. And those are given by an anesthesia guy professionally. Oh yeah. Wait, what's the other one? I was on it was a good one. They had me like, I've known a few doctors.
After they gave you the fentanyl, you weren't feeling anything, bud. Let me tell you.
No, wait, what's the other one I also got? Like, they gave me all the good shit. That's that stuff works good. I'll just say that. I could see why people that had a lot of money just decided to stay on that shit. Like, actually, like the doctors that have the most like control of the good stuff is anesthesiologists. Their little drawer has all these little vials of the good shit. The real shit. Now, all that shit could be abused, and if used like without proper amounts and training, or deathly, or fatal. But that's why a doctor goes to school for 8 years. I realize anesthesiologists, they definitely know how to get you loaded. They got the good shit. They got the good shit.
My pain management doctor is actually an anesthesiologist at the big Western hospital here, but he's the head of pain management at the hospital that I go to. And he even told me, what you want, what you really need, is they're not going to give it to you here in Thailand. If you go into the hospital, they will, but you have to spend the night in the hospital.
Well,
And
My
I'm like, no,
girlfriend-
I just want to sleep one good night in my own bed at my house.
My girlfriend that lives and works in Abu Dhabi 3 years ago had a hernia herself. Now the laws in UAE as far as drugs go, yeah, any narcotic drug, they don't prescribe those. The only way you can
Nope.
have them administered is in hospital. So here, literally, I had surgery at 7:20 and they were wheeling me out at 10 something, outpatient, right? No, she was in the hospital 3 days, basically, because if you're going to be given any kind of pain medicine, it's only administered in hospital, which, well, they obviously they have different insurance and a different system, but yeah, I don't know. I think probably what I went through 10, 20 years ago would have been one night in the hospital. Oh no, like they just wheel you out. They send you home like at first, because like finding, well, it wasn't, I didn't want to burden one of my friends, like, oh, we got to leave at 4 a.m. and then you can wait for me for 6 hours. But, you know, friends are friends. I was actually going to drive there myself and then have a friend that lives closer to there come and just pretend. And then I thought I'd just drive home. Like, oh no, I was maybe around 12 or 1 it wore off enough, but at 10:30 when they wheeled me down there, I was like beyond loaded. Like, yeah, I was no, but like, oh no, that person had to show their face and all, like they weren't going to let you drive home yourself. Like if I tried to, like, I was going to try to maybe make it easier for my friend, that wouldn't have worked. That wouldn't have worked. No. But it was an ordeal. Like I didn't get nervous or anything. I just went with it. But like someone like myself that I'm not against doctors. I'm not afraid of it. But it was an experience, all right.
Of course, I'm muted and I'm talking all this time.
Oh yeah, me too.
I don't remember what I was gonna say, but yeah. Nothing new.
Trimming that blueberry.
Yeah, I'm actually cutting some up right now. I smell it. Yeah. And this is the plant that I only watered like 3 or 4 times the whole summer.
Oh yeah.
The rest of the time I just let it go by itself. No nutrients, nothing.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Cheers, everybody in chat. Cheers, Salt and Sea Seeds. Cheers, Agnes, buddy. Cheers, Garden Grow.
Hey, I got a
Cheers,
question
buddy.
for you, Green Fingers. What is it called?
Starshine
What's the thing?
cannabis.
No, okay, what's that? What's your relation? Is that you, or is that
No, that's
a
Ganja.
brand
though.
you support? Or
That's our friend Ganja. Yeah, she's got her own company. That's her little
who?
Ganja Ghost.
Ganja Ghost?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like a brand in SoCal or something like that?
No, that's her. She's out of.
No, she's a girl.
She's the chick that.
Well, girls can have brands.
Yeah, no, she's the one that
Well, I'm sorry about that then, the way I answered it. No, she's a cool ass. No, bud, she's a cool ass person. I met her up in Michigan. She just travels around, free spirit.
Is that Gummy
Someone
Girl?
cool to hang, no,
No.
someone to hang out with. She's cool as fuck.
Like I see
from the
Gummy
Wheatland.
Girl sometimes on a couple shows. She seems like a pretty cool, like Gonza chick.
Yeah, Gandhi's from the
Yeah.
Wheatland. That's where I met her.
420, right?
Now, any word from Fumi? Everything going all right with him? Earlier today, I was going to text him and just ask him how he's doing.
I actually,
it's not like I worry. I know he's okay, but I hear all this news constantly or see all this stuff about what's going on over there. And
dude, yeah. So I texted him earlier today. Earlier, it was like 7 o'clock his time. He hasn't got back. Maybe he's busy.
oh, maybe he'll show up tonight. Here,
You never know.
he did last time. I'd be glad he did because I just, I like to hear that he's okay and all that.
Yeah.
It seems like it's a situation that's out of your control. You just got to go with the flow of it all.
Is it this one here, Ganja Ghost? Is that who we're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
Cannabis. There you go.
Whoops, no, I can't stop her.
So when you're showing that, that's just you supporting.
Yeah, she puts salt and sea seeds in all her videos on the bottom
Okay.
ticker. With a few other people. Amy Aces for Tao.
Oh,
Person one.
Now I get it. I kind of thought that. But I just wanted to ask you.
Yeah,
I thought for a minute it was like a brand or a company of that you were, like it was something you were doing.
No, I'm just giving free seeds out over there, so you can get salt and sea seeds from over there. But that's the only place you can probably get them, unless you get them directly from me. Yeah.
I support all that. I support you. I like
Let's
green
get
fingers.
honey. Like I'm gonna get more honey from her. That stuff's fire. I forgot to drink some earlier today. That's why I fell asleep. I was like, why did I fall asleep? I had to be finishing my garden, dude. But
Oh, that's a cool ass dragonfly.
Well, you need rest and you need food and you need to take care of yourself. One thing I learned in the last months with this hernia, your health is like, you can't be doing anything if you don't have your own health. Like as I'm 60, I started realizing, well, I've been lucky. I take a lot of that for granted, but if you don't have your health, you ain't good for nothing.
Right. I mean, that's
about 1/3 of what I spend on food, I spend on fruit here in Thailand.
Nice. Yeah.
Fruits and vegetables. You eat right, you'll have no problems.
Yeah, it starts there for sure.
And I eat like shit, but I have a special diet. I eat a little something in the morning and then I eat one big meal at night.
the fuck am I sitting on?
I go through phases where, I still eat junk food. I still like sugary cereals from when I was a kid. Believe it or not, the last few months at the grocery outlet, they had a box for $8.99 that came with 48 packages of Pop-Tarts. Now, I hadn't been into Pop-Tarts for years, but somehow I bought that. And man, I ate so many Pop-Tarts within a few weeks. Oh, no, I'm good on that. I won't eat Pop-Tarts probably for a few more years. But like when I was eating them, I realized, that's like the worst food ever. But it was easy. Just toss them in the toaster. And like some days I cook meals and I eat healthy. Other days I survive on snacks all day. And when I survive on snacks, usually that's not very good. Like,
Snacks.
I mean, there are healthy snacks, but that for the most part, not really.
Yeah, not really. It's really hard to find the healthy, even the
And I'm like
vegan
a,
alternatives are
I'm a
not
product
healthy.
from the '60s where I was raised on Captain Crunch and all those cereals.
Corn pop.
Fire
Like I
though.
don't have them for breakfast. A lot of times I'll make dinner and then I'll feel like a cereal for dessert.
Bud kilowatts sometimes.
Hell yeah. No, I don't eat cereal.
You like Bud kilowatts sometimes.
No
Yeah,
processed food.
I mean, I kind of look at it
Bud
modern,
likes
like
cereals to snack on.
all things in moderation. Like
I
if you,
cheated earlier.
you know,
I had 2 pieces of chocolate right now in a row, and I shouldn't have. I'm gonna, yeah, sucks. I'm doing healthy stuff though, like drinking burdock root tea and all kinds of other teas that are all weird, chaga chai, and just all these different mushroom elixirs and stuff. So I'm trying to like reverse it by doing good stuff like that to
well,
myself.
for 20 years with my wife, she didn't consider herself vegan. She was definitely vegetarian, but oh no, she was all about healthy. And she ate healthy, which meant, oh, I ate healthy more than two. But then left to my own devices when I shop, yeah, I kind of just buy whatever I feel like. And a lot of times it's not the best stuff, but oh, I don't know. Like I say, I'm doing like I don't have diabetes. Like even people worry because I eat a lot of sugar. I'm
Yeah.
a product. I'm a baby of like I came from a generation that we were raised with sugar, and I am addicted to sugar. Like the days, there'll be days where I realize that I haven't consumed enough sugar, and that's what I like crave, and my body's used to it.
Thank God the diabetics in jail were getting sugar packets. Because they seen I was crashing hard on sugar and they just hooked me up.
Yeah, like well, I found out. I mean, I learned over the years. Even like I buy bread. You know, look on the ingredients of bread. Pretty high up in the percentage of things listed is sugar.
Yep.
Like in regular wheat bread or white bread. Oh well, that's why people eat it. That's why you buy that brand. But is it really necessary? Like bread really needs sugar like that? Probably not.
Yeah.
But like especially American diet or whatever, yeah, we between the corn syrup and whatever sugar, yeah, they pump it in everything, man. Like things you don't even think you're consuming sugar. Oh no, there's sugar.
Yeah, white bread turns to starch. Starch turns to sugar. I mean,
Yeah.
and I know all about that kind of stuff. It's crazy.
It's crazy, man.
And I know that when I do go on a healthier food phase, oh, we'll get ready to spend more money.
Yeah.
Like you want to like be cheap at the grocery store, yeah, and then that's where all the sugary junk food is. Once you start trying to buy the healthier versions or healthier stuff, organic stuff, or even just stuff made good, oh yeah, the price is up.
Yeah, it's hard to find a cheap version of something good. No alternative.
Yeah, but
for the good stuff.
if you spend money on food and you get good food, your body reacts to it differently. You feel better. I mean, there's tons of benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely know, like, if I eat a good meal, like a rounded meal the night before, and then I have a busy day, work the next day, oh, it makes a huge difference. If somehow that's a day that I'm doing the snack food bullshit and don't eat good. And then the next day when I'm like, yeah, and meat, I eat not a lot of it, but I know that if I have a dinner with rounded dinner, which includes meat, vegetables, yeah, my energy and everything is way better, way better.
Taking the 10 blend mushrooms. Those things were working for a while. Then I ran out. I had a 3 blend. That shit's not as good as a 10. It's not as good. I feel like less focused and less energized. It's crazy. What I'm drinking right now, it's like 2 blend coffee. I don't know what teas. I mean, what mushroom? Chaga and something else. Down to 2. Instant latte with the mushrooms in it. That's pretty good. Shit. Silence, guys. Thought it was just my phone. You guys hear me? Or am I muted? I'm not muted.
We can hear you 5x5, green fingers.
What happened?
Oh, I said, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's what I said. I was like, so I couldn't hear nothing at all. I felt like I was on another planet. I was like, holy shit. And when you said that, it scared me. Like, holy fuck. I can't find my phone. I left it somewhere, so I can't read the comments. Jesus Christ.
Hate that.
I found it. It's on the charger. That's why I can't find it.
I just changed the bong water. Like bong water. Time to do some hash. Smoke some hash. Blueberry muffins, Agnes.
Blueberry is dominant, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting healed up because I guess it's been over 5 months. It wasn't like I was big into rosin and dabs, but I always had some and I smoked it, not always daily, but regularly. It was a good change of pace in there, but I know even low temp and small as dabs, it wasn't something that like I never knew. Like even a small dab sometimes would make me cough, like deep cough. And with the hernia, that was like a no go. I couldn't be coughing like that, especially like the one thing I realized is, yeah, the hernia, the center core of your muscles and your body. Yeah, like a lot of things you don't think. Oh, I thought when I hand water is basically just arm strength. Oh no, your core.
No.
Your core is like super important. And the one thing I know from years of coughing, even years before when I used to take big dabs and bongs and cough. Yeah, when I have this hernia, I realize, oh, that's the muscles that are involved with coughing for sure. Right. So I'm not so sure if I'll get back into dabbing as hard as before, but I kind of do miss it. Like I miss the taste and the different high. But yeah, it's been like 5 months, no dab.
Motherfucker.
Just joints. Somehow I can smoke like a whole joint and not cough, or maybe a little. But if I take like a bong hit, pipe hit, dab hit, yeah, a lot of times that involves coughing.
So Bud's gonna be smoking all the 34, 35% THC weed. Cause if he goes to 18 weed, it's gonna expand too much for him.
I do realize it's like some of the weeds that you're talking about, the 18%, like those are the ones that like choke you, or Expando, or used to be Expando. I remember that was like a quality that we used to describe certain weeds. Some of them, what was the other term? Would be like, what's the term when like you smoke it and you don't think it gets you that high, but then it hits you? Yeah, creeper.
There was 3 different criteria, right? Expando,
Yeah.
Creeper, and I can't remember the other one. What's the other one? Shit.
Yeah, and some weeds were like
Yeah,
so Expando, you
shitweed.
just take a hit of it all. And now I could see over selective breeding that people just bred away from those
That's an
traits
awesome
because
idea.
as much as, oh, some weed that you could hardly smoke because it would make you cough. Yeah, that's like kind of an unnecessary trait, but I miss some of those weeds. I remember, God, I guess in the 90s or somewhere around there, there used to be certain weeds, certain strains that were like Expando for sure, like you could barely take a hit, and creeper weed, where, yeah, you didn't think this shit got you high, and next thing you know, like 15 minutes later, bam, you were fucking beyond stone. I don't find too many weeds like that anymore. Maybe it's just what's around
I got
me,
them all.
or that you change, like your metabolism. I mean, yeah, you change as you get older, and
Who thought I
know.
would be sensitive to THC?
But like just using my memory of all the things, yeah, most of the weeds that I wish I had back, or I reminisce about, yeah, none of those were like high THC weeds. They were like 20%ers, 18%ers, even some of them less, that had like weed that you couldn't say weed of today stonier than those weeds. No, there used to be a lot more weed that was like had effects. Now it seems, now some of this is like, oh, I don't take tolerance breaks. I smoke every day of my life for so many years. So there's a bit of that, but no, every once in a while, some weed comes around where it brings back some of those memories or some of those effects.
Hey,
But I
Bud.
do notice that the 30-some% deal that doesn't mean shit. Like, even though that's the selling point in a dispensary and in the commercial market, that doesn't mean weed's better than weed that's less THC. No.
I'm gonna send you some seeds from this year's seed harvest. We took an Afghani mango and we crossed it with Sensi Star. That weed is going to take you right back. Well, the Afghani mango was my go-to weed for 13 years. As far as, like, I need to get stoned, I need some pain relief, I need to separate my mind from the pain, I need to get that fucked up. You will get that way. And it's going to be some of the stinkiest weed you've ever grown the last couple weeks of flowering. Wow.
I mean, I pretty much am by myself, so I roll a joint. I could just smoke, I could roll another one. How I kind of judge weed that I like is usually maybe a third of a joint. You had enough and you put it down.
Feel it.
And you're stoned or you're buzzed or you're high. where you don't even think about relighting it for like whatever, an hour, 45 minutes. Some weeds, yeah, they taste really good and whatever. You never get that. You're like, oh, you light it back up.
25 minutes, 30 minutes
You
later,
light-
you're
you
rolling
smoke,
another one.
Like to me, like about a third of a joint, if you've smoked like whatever, 5 or 5 good hits of good weed, oh, you should be good to go. You know, like most of the joints I smoke in like thirds. Like I kind of smoke the first third and let it go out, then the second third, and then the final. And a lot of those end up being in the morning. I still have a couple like third joints that it's easier just to smoke those than roll a new one in the morning. And like James Loud kind of always says or brings up like weed that when you relight the joint or all the way down to the roach still tastes good. And since I grow most of my own weed, yeah, same strain. Sometimes just due to however you grew it, doesn't always smoke good all the way to the last hit.
No.
That's a lot of that has to do with growing, flush. Not necessarily, I don't even flush, but like not overdoing it with nutrients. I think a lot of times if I find good ass weed, the first parts of the joint, but the roach ends up not having that same good, desirable traits. Usually it's like I think to myself, oh, I probably fed it too much, or I didn't taper. I don't flush, I just taper off.
It's the resin. It's the resin that heats up and goes down the joint, and then you relight it. What you're doing is basically relighting resinated weed.
And beyond how you grew it, how you cure it has a big part to do with that, because sometimes if it dries too fast, then it has a tendency to do that more. Or yeah, it doesn't have that, the yumminess goes away toward the end, where stuff that you really give 2 weeks of 60 or whatever your parameters need to be, keep it cold is what I find, beyond the humidity, but like, it being 60, not 68 or 65, there's a big difference. Because sometimes of the year I don't use my AC in the drying chamber. Other times of years I have to, but when I really keep it like 58 to 60 during the dry period of time, which most places you're going to need AC to keep it at that temperature. Even though 65 seems pretty cool and all, I used to, years ago, I didn't even use AC and dehu and all that in drying. Now I even added humidity, because sometimes we're in like low ass humidity, and that's when weed dries too fast. Like next thing you know, 5, 6, 7 days, and it's already crisp enough to trim. Sometimes you could grow the best batch, but if you drying or curing parameters aren't just right, and each batch is different as far as the density, how thick, how dry, how big, like a lot of parameters to, like, that's an art, the drying and curing, which no, I don't practice the really hardcore, but I know that's what makes a difference. Like the drying cure is like important part. We spend a lot of energy and knowledge and about the growing stage, but really good top weed, the cure and the dry is like makes or breaks it.
I buck all mine down to about 16, 18 inches and dry it that way. I don't dry a whole big plant with a big fat stem to it.
Well, like I could say so many years ago, even the fact that we would have Santa Ana conditions and it'd be dry, and it would help lower the amount of time it took. Yeah, back in like Prohibition era. Yeah, as fast as you could get it bagged and tagged and out it gone was like part of your thinking. Where today,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't. That's not a parameter to me. Like,
It depends.
and some of it used to be at different times in my life with whatever I had going. Oh, it was like the first of the month or whatever. Like I needed, and customers, I know I have customers that I would say, oh, it's not really ready for another whatever days, and they'd be like, oh no, I'll take it now. I
Yeah.
remember there'd be people that I'd be like, all right, I'll wait a little over. But they were so like back then because there was like supply and demand issues and first come, first serve, that customers would talk me into basically serving them weed that wasn't
Wet
quite
weed.
dry because they just wanted it and needed it. And well, today, the market's the other way around. Like, fuck, dude. Half the time I haven't sold last batch's weed and the next batch is ready, you know?
You can still find old heads that don't give a fuck. I got some older heads that are like, yeah, I don't care if you're still drying. I need weed, man.
Yeah. Well, some of it gets into like timing and people. Like, oh, my one guy, he works out here Monday through Friday, but he doesn't live around here. And so a lot of times, like, if I'm like, oh yeah, it won't really be ready till Monday or Tuesday, he'll talk me into like trimming up a bunch for Friday because yeah. Yeah. Less of that, but in the past, like I think I don't know how we'd ever create it again, but like supply and demand economic rules need to be applied back into the cannabis business.
Maybe you
Like
can take a page out of Thailand.
Well, I mean, all these examples everywhere, but one of the problems in the game, it isn't that the price is so low. Okay, that is an issue. Demand is like the issue, and there's never a time when weed's dry or there's like, oh, there's not that much weed around. We haven't been in that time for year after year after year now since rec and all and the changes. And
so when we legalize,
like I've been in weeds like for decades. Oh, most of my life, there were times when it was dry, right? There was times when like it was scarce.
86, 87, 88.
Even like every little town had its own pockets, right? So it could be flooded in one area, but that was all like I maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that that's a factor in Canada, in Michigan, in Boston, in LA, in all around, in Thailand, right? Oh, it's just endless supply, right? Oh, there might be different qualities, and there isn't so much of just the great stuff every minute of every day, or there is. Like at this point, whatever price point you're at, the top rosin, the top weed, mids, whatever, there's endless supply in any direction you go. Whether you go delivery, you go to a store, you go black market, you go to one of your friends. It's never like, oh, don't have any. No, there's none of that anymore. There's endless supply.
Around here, I remember a lot of back in the early 90s, when people would say it was dry, it was because a load coming from Canada got busted through Maine or Vermont.
Yeah, and from following some people's drug stories, like even in drugs in general, like that movie, The French Connection, there's always a thing that if New York ever, like the dope got cut off in New York, like heroin back in the 70s, it would create this havoc. But the cartels used to like that. they are smart enough to realize that if this is endless supply, like that's not good for business. Like it's like, you know, economic rules, right? And one, cannabis is a agriculture product, perishable, with supply and demand, as it's really that's the game. Somehow in this new cannabis business world we live in, a orange farmer, a blueberry farmer, wheat farmer, even house plants, all those things, those people realize like supply and demand rules. Like if someone overproduces or whatever, that it's not good for the business in the whole. Somehow in cannabis, we just ignore that stuff.
Yo, there's some expensive house
Right,
plants.
like race to the bottom where you have producers that have so much money they can lose, that they just keep producing more and more and more, and there's warehouses full of totes, and there's backlog of product, and not, you look at the metric thing in California, the thing I watch or pay attention to is the sell through, right? Because a lot of stuff doesn't even sell through, right?
Nope.
Meaning everyone loses in that sector of the pie, but there's a lot of that, not like, you know, oh yeah, when Alien Labs or the top brands that market themselves, like even Fletcher and whatever, yeah, you never know what's on his menu. Some days, oh, it's fully stacked. Other, because yeah, if there's just endless supply, constant, that's never going to be good for the business, like price wise and demand wise.
Oh,
That's why you have to
What is
find
that
a
snack?
niche
good Skittles.
and just grow 4 or 5 strains. Don't try to grow 20 different strains.
I
So is
Find a
that-
niche.
So the
for
average
probably 20 years, like my customers kind of knew that, oh, there was a rhythm to it, and there was the crop, and then it was gone, and then sometimes, yeah, it would be 2-3 weeks before I had another one, right?
Yeah.
Between the way I changed my thing and everything, oh no, 365, right? Even if it's not from this place, it's from the other place. I'm never saying, oh no, I don't have anything for a week or so. It's not ready. It's drying. It's hanging. Nope. It's constant. Right. Even there's a sector of it. I mean, we call it smalls, but a lot of that is what's oxidized. Right. Like, yeah, like once something's more than like in a turkey bag, we use these oxidation packets to pull out the oxygen. And this is good bud. This isn't because it's not good bud. But yeah, when something gets like 5-6 weeks old, and then you have a new batch of the same kind, you realize, oh, there's the fresh shit with the greener. Once it gets a little bit aged, the color changes a little, and it's not the.
So the average price I hear around here for, like, let's just say an eighth is like no more than 25 is like the average price, it seems like right now. Like you can get more pricey stuff, but
yeah, well, a few years ago when the prices were already really low at wholesale quantity, the problem I had with what I saw in the business was, oh, wait a minute. They're still basically the average price was 50 an eighth. Okay. Well, now a couple years later, you're right. Like, because what felt wrong to me at the time was, wait, you were selling it for 50 an eighth when pounds were cost this much. Now you're saying you can only pay this much for a pound, but you still sell it for 50 an eighth. Like, so there was a disconnect to me, right? Like where, but if pounds are only so much, then to a retail customer at the end of the end user, that should be dropped about that same percent, right? So, but it wasn't. In some points, it still isn't, right? Because like you say, though, you could pay more for it, right? So I don't think the average price of an eighth is as low as 25, right? And you get what you pay for, right? But they don't pay like ultimately that's why there's so much mids in the market, right? There's actually more demand for mids because
Yeah.
even though those
It's
sell for
cheaper.
a less price per pound, like here's the problem I have with the whole thing. Because I try to grow like what I consider A, right? I wouldn't, sometimes I hit A plus, a lot of times B minus, right? But A, the difference, what a broker or the guy buying units is willing to pay for better is like 100 or two tops, meaning, oh, they'll buy this mid shit for 1,000, but they'll only pay 1,200 for this really good shit. Even when people reminisce about the days of the $4,800 pound and shit, oh, those were perfect ass pounds, right?
Yeah, they were.
Right. Right. The amount of heady pieces and small, like all that. No, they were perfect ones. Oh, there were people back then that had the lesser and they went for lesser, right? In
It's
the recent
also-
years, there's no, like I realized, because I've had friends of mine that basically went in the mid direction to run their operation over what I'm saying is like, look, if they're only going to pay me 8 or 1,000, yeah, then it makes more sense to grow this than to take the risk, because when you really try to do upper quality, not every batch is going to come. Not every batch is coming out perfect either, right? And if the price is only like a point or two different, there's a lot more like, oh, a lot of times it's less yield, it's more labor, it's more a lot of things. Oh, and they like, to me, the price should be, if that stuff is this price, this stuff should still be this price, right? Like but on the wholesale end, oh no, this all goes down within a couple $100 of each other. So it's like, if it's only worth a couple $100 for it to be A, it's not even worth going after A.
So
and that's why you see
all right.
so much mids in the market, because less risk, more yield.
Let's say I was going to an event and I was gonna vend. I wouldn't package up anything other than eighths and quarters just to make as much money as I possibly could. But I see pre-rolls sell like fucking hotcakes here. People love the pre-rolls. It's insane.
Yeah, well, same here. Hash holes are this big thing, and they go for good money, and custom roll joints that are good pre-rolls, except that some of that goes back to the supply and demand thing. If you were a consumer and everywhere you turn, you could just pick up a pre-roll when you need it, then you have no motivation to buy an eighth or a quarter for you had your own.
Yeah.
Right? Because, hey, if you feel like getting a pre-roll after dinner with your friends, well, we could go here. Shit, we could use an app and it'll be delivered here in 10 minutes. And
here's the thing. I would buy a gram of straight flour instead of a gram pre-roll and roll the bitch myself. I've always been that way.
Yeah, well,
I'd rather do that too.
But you also realize that you're in a minority.
Yeah,
like most people that consume cannabis don't have rolling papers at their house, even, right? Like they're casual users. It's like that's a huge sector of people, especially now that weed's more, mainstream. Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people like don't have a way to smoke weed, but smoke weed.
I was driving around a little bit today or yesterday,
And I was like, dude, you can really see what dispensaries are gonna make it and which ones are gonna crash. Because on a Friday night, I can drive down the street. There's 5 dispensaries on. 4 of them are dead empty, and there's one that's just parking lot jammed.
Yeah, well, most likely they have fire for real, because ultimately that's what sells, right? And
But we also people are
I've
bargain
said
hunters.
this on these shows a bunch of times, but in my perspective of weed, right? This is like maybe not going to be explained the best, but there's always been like a percentage of dank, like what is really good grown weed, like what's desired, the A, we'll call it A, right? Even in the 80s when, the amount of weed that was actually there in the A was this little sliver. You better get it while you could, because it wasn't there
I
all
only
the time.
harvested this much
Right.
of it.
The amount, exponential math, the amount of weed that is now grown and available in the world on a minute-to-minute basis is exponentially like 100 times more, right? Like there's weed everywhere, right?
Well, there's
But the
especially in
amount-
places like Argentina and all these big countries opening up.
But the amount of like truly good A dank weed, even in these stores that have brands and jars and bags that all presenting that they have that, most of those are made. Right?
10%.
But somewhere out there,
10%.
is the real fire, right?
Yeah.
And
I think it's
you
about
really
10% in
wanna
most
have
stores.
a line of people will find the fire. And once the word gets out, oh yeah, they got the whatever strain at this place is the fucking dank.
Yeah.
There it is. Most places, even when the 215 era, I used to cold call dispensary. Some of the places were already like they didn't want to buy better bud to put on their shelf because that made it harder to sell all this bullshit weed. Meaning that their customers just bought this stuff. If every once in a while there was like some really good stuff, then you'd have people that would come in and be like, oh, you don't have any of that? Oh, well, when do you think you'll have more of that? They would just be waiting for that. Where if all you had was a bunch of mids, like they some of those stores way back in 215 were called 20. The name of their dispensary was called $20 eights or something. $25 eights. They would have all these signs. This is back when eights were 50 and 60. There were a lot of them were placed in, I guess it's not the wrong way to say it, ghetto areas where, hey, different customers.
Low income. Low
right?
income.
Those people, but for 20 they could buy a sack,
Bro.
right?
So-
but those places didn't try to pretend to sell the good shit, right? Because
At first when Mass opened up, it was like you had to own the dispensary and you had to own the grow. Like you had to supply the weed. Now
that's vertical integration.
Yeah, now we're getting older. There's stores that are middleman. All they are middlemen. They buy from every company.
In California, they if you were in early enough, like pre-ICO, or there's all these terms, Jungle Boys is one of the only people large enough that like he was legitimately vertically integrated, right? But if you were just to show up today and buy, pay for a license and go through everything to have a dispensary, that's not even an option. Like that was a thing of the past. Like the current rules are no dispensary, you're dispensary, you order from Metric, and that's what your job is. Grower, he grows and supplies to Metric, that then supplies to the store. Like it's all compartmentalized. Now there's creative ways. Some operations have gone around it. Most of them, big money ones, right? Like even Burner, right? Like Maywood. Oh, there's a grow that's part of that facility. But most of those stores, they don't have a grow. They're just moving product, through metric, basically, you know.
It is. We're at a point right now where
Which there should be craft. You should be able to have like a small, let's say like some of the kind of places Thailand seems to have, like a coffee shop, a snack shop, a lounge, right? Have a little music, little this. And because you're at a small scale, have a small grow and produce that stuff yourself, right? Like true craft cannabis, that's what it'll be. Even if you go to wine country, a lot of them are
Oh,
craft.
dude, that's
When you
nothing.
go there, the grapes in the
Not
in
bad.
the fields around that property are what they're making the wine with. There's other
I
big operations up there that they don't make wine themselves at all. They just middleman other wine.
I
Right?
try to get these people up here to understand that, listen, if you want to make it in the cannabis business, you have to produce your own product. And you can't have 30 or 40 different strains. You need to get it down to about 12 or 13.
Or even less if you're producing it yourself.
I heard someone
Exactly.
tonight. I
Well,
know
you
someone
notice
tonight
like
that went to
it's a
Maine.
common business model here. It's like a restaurant microbrewery. And then they have like when you go in the lobby of the place, they have it glassed off where you can see the brewery and all the usually they're not making beer at that moment, but it's like a microbrewery restaurant.
Yeah, I just went to one tonight actually.
There should be no reason that you can't start a small dispensary and build it out where your customers are able to see, you know, oh yeah, when they're sleeping they couldn't, but you know, there's technology and blackout windows and mirrors and whatever. The grow could like be right there, right? And it doesn't have to be that big because it just needs to support that store's little niche, right? So if you could produce it yourself and then sell it retail yourself, okay, now there's a business to be had. But most of these dispensaries are buying it from that middleman, and then they only have like a certain percent, way less than standard retail. You realize standard retail, if you spend $1 on something, you expected to sell it for $3, right? Well, I don't think they buy the 8s that they sell for 50 for 15. You know, they don't triple their money. Oh no, they probably pay 35 and can barely get 50 for it. You know what I'm saying? Retail, I was in retail. Yeah, retail is like a triple up. Now, oh, you can sell certain things for less than that, but standard of retail is if you spend $10 on it, you sell 30 to make profit and have a business.
So I know someone that went to Maine tonight, and the reason they went all the way to that store was because they had a 3-page menu of different flowers you could choose from. And
Well, that would be the last place I would go.
Crazy. It was fucking crazy.
I doubt that they probably had that many, but like how many of them were even worthy of looking at?
He knows all the good brands out there. I don't know anything about Maine.
Well, yeah, everywhere has that. Like even in LA, it's a moving target. What brand is like, oh, for a while Doja had his little niche and this or that. So I only hear about it a little or read about it, but because I'm not a customer or do anything with the stores. Or oh, for a while Jungle Boys was like a thing. You know, one thing is the latest greatest place. Like that's what they show in the data is that most dispensary customers aren't like loyal to their one dispensary. They like they drive in some other part of town, they see one, they're going to go in there and check it out too, right? So, they move around. Like it's hard to now. Some people it becomes this is the closest one to where all these people live. Okay, well then they're going to get a certain amount of business from yeah, people could just pick it up on their way home from work, and it's right there on the corner, block from their house.
The funny thing is, the one down the street, the one that's always popping Friday nights and like Saturdays, is the one down the street. It's an old Cumbies, and they just have a good variety. Like I go there sometimes when I'm out of weed because they just have a good variety of all brands Massachusetts has to offer. But if I could, I'd go to Maine more. You get more for your money.
But okay, what place are you when you feel like you want to pay full digs for one of these brands? Because that's what you're doing, right? I mean, if it's a known brand, most likely that's a full. When I say full digs, like like expensive, like top
35
weed,
plus
right?
tax.
Yeah, okay, right.
For one of the better ones around
and
here.
that just gives you like a little teeny bit of weed, right?
That's an
like,
eighth.
That's
yeah,
an
that's
eighth.
an eighth.
Yeah, well, an eighth, barely 2 joints, right? Maybe
Yeah.
3 small ones. All right. One thing I realized.
Hey,
with
I get 4 out of that.
Okay. And you get what I'm saying, though. I also get that since the eighth is like the main thing, even a gram, like if it was something good, right? Immediately you're already dealing with, you only have a teeny bit of it, right? Like to me, like a sack in your pocket where you at least feel like you got a decent amount of weed isn't an eighth. A quarter's a pretty good amount of weed.
I bring a half with me
like,
wherever I'm going.
Yeah, right. Like an eighth is like, man, it's gone already. You know what I mean? Like,
I use them.
and if you're paying 35 in tax for this little eighth, and it is something you enjoy and it's good. Oh, it snapped, it's gone, right? And even though the price changed, right? I think what they should change is they should just get rid of the eighth. See, I've been around long enough that there wasn't
just quarters and up.
When green weed first came around and was like 175, 200 an ounce back in the 80s, there was no eighths, there was quarters, halves, wholes. The eighth, I don't know when that year that when weed went up to like 400 an ounce. When it went to like 400 an ounce, that's when eighths came around, right? So since weed isn't 400 an ounce anymore, and what you should change in the business model, forget these eighths, Mylar, beyond all the recycling trash, packaging money, and all that. Yeah, we should just eliminate the eighths and go to quarters for the right price. And sell people enough weed that they're good for a minute or two. Because the few times I've been given eighths, legal eighths, and some of them were really pretty good. Yeah,
I have a hard time finding.
They were gone. Like it was such a small amount of weed that it was like if I equated to the Coke time, like if you were going to buy Coke, you at least had to get a gram or an 8 ball. If you got a quarter gram, you're like setting yourself up for like jonesing, right? That's how I feel like with an eighth of weed, like especially if it's good. You're like, oh, it's gone. Like it's like I say, it's like 2 decent sized joints.
Yeah.
Where like a quarter, I don't know. I never even equated the joints to it. It's probably not that many more, but at least a quarter's like more than
6
a day's
joints
worth of weed. Like to the average, like an eighth is really like a day's worth of weed if it's good. Like, people buy those eighths and smoke them. It's gone, right? With a quarter, most people would need a day or 2 to 3 even maybe to smoke a quarter.
Here's a question for you, bud. How many joints are in a lid?
A lid. My
depends if you get a 3 or a 4 finger.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's all about fingers, and this was
Exactly,
pre-Ziploc.
yeah. I roll big joints, man.
So my dad basically
No,
sold
that's
lids,
how the bags were looked at.
and
3 or 4 fingers.
And they were in the fold top bags. Like that's like I don't even think Ziplocs were around in that era, right? So they were like
I
sandwich
still
bags.
use those.
And some of what made a lid is like some weed was still pretty compressed. So like, yeah, that'd be
You
more like
jam it in the
creeping.
bag.
Yeah, and some of it was looser and speary and yeah, they didn't, they used a scale to weigh like kilos in the amount, but when it came to like small amounts, they were just eyeballs.
Eyeing it.
Yeah, like a lid. My dad sold lids. He rolled numbers, like he called a joint a number, and he sold lids. Like the whole time I was a kid,
Oh,
that's
that's a
all my
beautiful one.
dad's friends, his motorcycle guys, and this. Yeah, he was the guy that sold weed to them all, and other things, but he always had weed for sale. A lot of
I have
that
a hard time
time,
finding
I
oil.
was too young to really know about it. But then when I got old enough to know about it, then I realized like why we used to go on the rides and stop at all of his friends' houses and have a beer or whatever on the weekend. On Saturday and Sunday, we'd go on these excursions and basically stop at like 5 or 6 of his buddies' houses for a little bits of time. Yeah, because he was selling them weed. But I was just a kid.
This is pretty cool. I don't know what they're digging up, but there's 2 ladies out here and they've got their kids. They're going through the field since they just cut it. And every once in a while, you'll see them like right now, they're digging up something. Maybe
Well, didn't you
they're
say they
digging
grew
up
pineapple?
pineapple. Yeah, maybe they're digging up the pineapple plants
They're digging
that
yeah,
were
toilets
there.
for
There's
camp.
probably some embryo or part of it alive still in the soil that if you can get out and put in good condition,
Yeah.
it will grow out. Maybe.
So, hey, ties are hustling too, just like us.
Well, wait. So pineapple is there's not seeds in a pineapple. So how do you grow pineapple?
I
Or
think
are
the
there
seeds are on the
seeds?
outside.
No,
The outside.
there are no seeds to it. What
Really?
you do is you cut off the top of it and you literally
regrows.
plant the top
Yeah.
of it.
Oh yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
But-
takes 3 years to produce your first fruiting crop.
That'd lead me
When
to
they
believe that
bulldoze this pineapple field, it was the 3rd year, but they never watered the plants one time.
Wow.
So the pineapple were small, just like if you don't water your pot plants enough, you just water them enough to keep them alive. Your buds are going to be small. So they just bulldozed it. What the
Everything I'm
fuck?
looking up says the like consumer version of pineapple has no seeds, but regular
Yeah.
ones do.
Yeah. Well, I imagine, that the pineapple we know it is like a human creation, right? It's like, yeah, and it's probably propagated through clonal, like what he's saying, like it's propagated. I've noticed, like, I like
I
pineapple
don't get
and
any seeds here.
buy whole pineapples where, for the most part, the pineapples were Hawaiian for so many years of my life. Now, a lot of times they're from Costa Rica. There's still some from Hawaii and Costa Rica, and I think one other country in South America, where I can remember so many years ago, oh, you stayed away from the Costa Rica ones. They weren't, the Hawaiian ones were way better tasting and all that. Lately, this last year at the store, a couple of the ones I bought were Costa Rican ones, and they were like the best pineapples because, you probably follow the history of pineapple growing in Costa Rica. Yeah, there's a lot of demand for pineapple, more than Hawaii could handle, and shipping's a big thing. They built themselves a pineapple business in Costa Rica because, like I say, when I was younger, in SoCal, all the pineapples were dull, and they were all from Hawaii. Like that was the pineapples. Now I notice a lot. No, they're not from Hawaii that often. They're from other places.
Aloha. Big
I want to
boy.
go to Hawaii.
It's expensive there.
I just want to visit for like a week maybe.
It's very
No, if
Costa
you go
Rica?
anywhere like that, you want to go 2 weeks because it's going to take you a day to fly there and a day to fly back.
Yeah, I don't usually count fly time as my vacation trip. I try to
Then
get
give
like
yourself 12 days there. You
I don't
won't
know.
Well, I
regret it.
agree. I agree with what you're saying, Cap, because like when we used to go vacation. That was a part of my wife's trip, and a lot of years we went to St. John, and we would go 2 weeks or maybe 12 days to 2 weeks. But from my perspective and my job, oh man, like 5 to 7 days, that's so doable, right? But yeah, 2 weeks, 10 to 14 days or 12 days, that becomes like, yeah,
you gotta feed
that's a
yourself.
long time if you're a
Like you
grower.
gotta count in
or,
food
you
and
know,
all that
even
shit,
though
shelter.
that those, I remember those vacations being long enough that after the first couple days, you realized, oh, I still have like 10 more days, right? Like, yeah, it does take 2 weeks, especially if you go to a place like, oh, St. John or Hawaii or Costa Rica, where you're trying to get off, like relax, get off the beaten path, just do like simple existent, peace, whatever, relax. Yeah, it takes like a couple, like
And-
beyond the day flying there, it takes 2 or 3 days to shake the hustle bustle out of you for you could like really get in tune
Relax.
with
Let me
where
hit-
you're at.
Let me hit that fucking beach and give me a joint, and I am in Paris. I love the beach. That is my happy
Dude,
place.
And what you'll be doing is you'll be buying food off the street vendors. You won't be going into restaurants for your lunches. So your cost for food is going to go down.
I was gonna say go all exclusive.
Dude, I don't know where my letter is.
Everything, drinks, dinners, your room, flight.
Just gotta
So-
buy your cannabis for the beach.
Well,
Do you guys
it
do you guys
wasn't
do
like
hotel?
I didn't have my eye on Asian countries before I met you, Captain, but in the last, what, 3-4 years now it's been. Yeah, you're a hell of an ambassador to life in Thailand, because like not Bangkok experience, all that, but like, like more of what I would go to Thai, like, more, yeah, I'm not into the touristy
Relax.
trap place. But yeah, Thailand seems to have, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't want to go there. It seems to have like, especially now that it's so pro cannabis and everything, like, man.
That could
and
change.
yeah, but I remember even when I first met you, like it was like a death penalty if you got caught with cannabis. I mean, it was like there was crazy laws there about it. Not as crazy as the Philippines, but like they had some. I remember just hearing stories like it was.
A
Yeah,
couple
and then
joints and locked up
like,
for
even-
6,
even
7,
if they-
8 years.
Even if they went back to medical or whatever, I don't think you'll ever go. The country will go back to that. But it
They're
is
talking
surprising.
about going back to medical. That's
Why
the whole
I-
thing.
Why I think that what you're saying is maybe happening, because it's like a year and a half now, and you don't see any other Asian countries. You don't see the Philippines, or you don't see Japan, or any of the other countries in the region. Like even the
Why
United States.
should
Oh,
they? There's no
California,
tax
and then
on it in
Colorado,
Thailand.
and then one state, another state. It just progressed. Like I thought that the same thing would happen in the Asian continent, where, oh well, Thailand's the first, but right behind Thailand is this country and that country and then this country. But it seems like no, so far it's only Thailand. And then Singapore, which is part of the Asian countries, for relatively small infractions, they killed people in the last year, executed them.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, and if that's like, I know that you're in China, that China is a big influence in Thailand and all the Asian countries. Yeah, that they're not budging on it, I don't think. Even though cannabis has been part of their culture off and on for thousands of years. I used to have a friend, he got in a car crash and died, Frederick. And in Santa Monica, he was like into Tai Chi, martial arts, but it was a very successful place. It was very expensive.
Butterfly.
But it was in Santa Monica, and it was a Chinese medicine herbal store. And this was years ago. Literally, we went in there. There was like thousands of jars and cabinets, and they had like every kind of root, every kind of Chinese medicine place. I don't know if you've ever. I'm sure Captain knows what I'm talking about. Where even back then, cannabis is part of they use the roots more and different stuff of ancient Chinese medicine, which we use AMA, modern medicine. We don't acknowledge a lot of the Chinese medicine, but their medicine thing, like even legitimate, is a lot of it's plant based and a lot of different ancient things but yeah, he had a store that was like, yeah, it was a cool vibe in there, and he sold all these. I'm sure there's still stores or places like that in the country that probably even more popular now that there's more Asian culture in the country than this was like 20 years ago.
I really want to go to fucking Texas. I know that's weird.
Oh my God. Now see that there's a couple places, and even
Texas.
when it comes to touring your
Austin specifically.
I'm like a native Californian, and somehow Texas is like my enemy. Like the way I view it, I don't like Texas. I don't like anything. Same with Florida.
Joe Rogan opened up his comedy store. Bert Kreischer moved there. Pauly Shore's playing there. Like
Austin. Okay, you're talking about Austin.
He's done.
That's not Texas, but okay. If you stick to Austin, that's a cool place, and they have that festival every year. Formula One's there this weekend. Yeah, Austin, oasis in Texas, right? Back in the 80s, that Austin used to be called the ponytail capital of the world, because like Austin always had like a hippie, like Arizona. Yeah, it's the same way, other than if you go to Sedona, Arizona, it's like an enclave of fucking hippies and vortex seekers and UFO people.
Yeah, but you go down to Texas and they're just rocking hair because they can and they don't give a fuck.
Hey, I can remember going on tour, and we were going from Colorado to Texas. And because we were riding dirty, all this, we drove like a whole day out of the way to avoid driving through Oklahoma, which was like a known thing, like back in Dead Tour in the 80s, that, yeah, you go to
You
Oklahoma,
don't go
most
through
likely.
it.
Yeah, you get arrested, they fuck with you, they'll pull you over, they'll dig through your car, they'll put you in, like, and then for Oklahoma to become like weed friendly and all this, like, it's still a disconnect, because I haven't been to the new Oklahoma, but I've been through Oklahoma, or avoided going through Oklahoma a couple times, because they were like there were a few other states that were like, you
I
had
heard
to be
Utah,
really
you don't want to
careful.
fuck around in Utah.
Yeah, well, Utah's still sort of that way. I mean, you got to remember, Utah is like the Mormons run Utah, like and they're strong there, right? Like that's home base for the Mormons.
What's Wyoming
Hey
doing?
guys, I'm gonna have to go here. My help has arrived. So we're
All
gonna
right,
smoke
Cap.
this joint I'm rolling and get to work.
Well, have a
Y'all
good
have a
work
good
session.
day. Good
Have
night.
a good
Everybody out in chat, have a good one.
Be safe, Cap.
Fumi, I hope we see you soon. D,
Hey,
thank you
when
for
when
hosting
we
this.
when we used to always have to come back from
Peace.
tour
later,
to
Captain.
to
Drinking it.
California, we'd take the 80, and this one town, it's probably still known for this, but like, oh, I got hassled, almost locked up there. They dug through everything in the car. They were crazy. It was this place in Nevada called Winnemucca, Nevada. And it was just like, yeah, when you're coming across the 80, right before you get to California, it was like relatively small town, whatever. But like they knew that people, like, yeah, they targeted people. It was like a part of
How do you
the
get
city's
yours so clean, Mr. Lee?
Ancient Chinese secret.
My husband, some hotshot. Here's his ancient Chinese secret. New improved Calgon. Calgon's 2 water softeners soften wash water so detergents clean better. In hardest water, Calgon helps detergents get laundry up to 30% cleaner.
Oh,
We
30.
need more
Nice.
Calgon. Ancient Chinese secret, huh?
Calgon helps detergents get laundry up to 30% cleaner.
That's awesome. Stuff. Need to get some Calgon.
Isn't that just salt?
I don't know what. There you go, Hun Hun. Something in chat. What's going on, Deathfish fan? Hardcore. Everybody in chat.
Yeah, excuse me. I'm trying to think. Oh, I got a pen.
Don't forget hashtag free Fumi, everybody.
Is he in jail?
No, we're trying to get him out from where he is.
Oh,
What's in jail?
I don't know. We're talking about it. What is Israel's policy on weed?
Well, they're very pro weed. I mean, like that's where some of the most science was done. That's where that one doctor
Oh.
that just died,
They
Was
smoke in
at the-
hospitals.
Dantraj effect doctor. He was part of the university in Israel. They've been progressive as far as trying to make medicine, and they use it in the medical system there. I don't know what the law is on the street,
I don't know.
but
They
over the last
vaporize it.
decades, some of the most funded research was done in Israel. Like, so they had to have been some of it. Yeah, they just look at it as a possible revenue,
And
like
it's-
patenting it.
It
And they've
is
been-
allowed.
They've been
Sorry.
researching it now forever, like for like a very, very long time. I don't
And
remember
like
exactly
real
what, but
research, where in the United States,
Yeah.
because of our law, our colleges can't even really. They're starting to, have some ability to, but Israel was like full. I remember seeing a show that if you were under chemo, you could, when you went into the treatment center, they had volcanoes set up, and you could use cannabis vape
exactly.
before you had your chemo. And this was like 20 years ago. There was stories like that I guess were on CNN or something. I saw that they were like the first place that legitimately, like, yeah, their main hospitals had like a little room where if certain treatments you were having had nausea or whatever, they would
just stomach diarrhea.
now I don't know where they've gone since then.
So they'd be
But
criminalized.
as Fumi's been there, and I get that he doesn't want to get any,
Oh.
it's okay, he doesn't have any, but like I've always thought, even in Dubai, like I already know
wish
from my
you could
girlfriend.
smoke in
Oh, if you really
Dubai.
now finding weed wouldn't probably be that easy, but finding hash, not that hard because I think they're from Sri Lanka. A lot of the immigrant workers that do construction and, huge percentage of people or these encampments that do a lot of work there are from Sri Lanka, and hash is part of their culture. And that, yeah, that's, like pretty much weeds everywhere. I even think you go, well, isn't it Captain or somebody been to China and like, even though it's not, China's 1 billion people or whatever. Oh, there's got to be a weed culture there, like for sure. Oh, it's probably
It's
really
probably
and but I imagine there's probably in Russia there's weed. I remember not Ukraine, the country before, when they were people were migrating out. The CNN story that I still remember, the lady was asking this guy, because he got on a train that was going to get him out of the country, where he wants to go, and he didn't even speak English, but he's like, oh, 420 country, and he like listed countries that had weed. And this was like in the middle of a war, terrible situation, but like there were people there that were weed heads. The weed heads are everywhere now. And what percentage? Okay, but I imagine within a mile of Fumi, somebody was doing a bong in the morning. Like it's there. Some places it's all super low pro. People don't
they
advertise
say
it,
you
they
can
do
get.
that.
They say Dubai's weird though, but they can test you on the spot.
Well,
for weed.
here's how it goes over there. If you go there with the $1 billion lifestyle and in that pocket and at those parties, oh, there's everything. There's everything.
Yeah.
Like, okay, if you don't have money and oh no, then there's all these laws. And if you're like a local person or a person that lives there, you live under the Sharia law. And Sharia law is like, yeah, no fuck around. Yeah. There's stories where people that go on this one cruise, it starts in Dubai. Because of things that have happened, they skip that part and catch up with the boat in the next port, because like there's been stories where they tested somebody and they were under the influence and then they locked them up.
Damn. I'm down on this.
They crazy there, like, because it's like Sharia law. But like, yeah, well,
Got mad
one of the epidemics in the UAE is that the youth abuses and smokes these ants that they collect in the desert, and you have to smoke them when they're alive. And now that's like,
Yeah, they're venomous. Their poison gets you high.
They're basically found out now that there's damage to certain kids that abused it, permanent damage. It's a neurotoxin, and that's what's in the ant, and it's when it's alive. So they're basically getting high off of a neurotoxin, and when abused, yeah, permanent damage. So it's like an epidemic there. But see, like you go all the way through human history. Humans have like an instinctual desire to get high, whether it's alcohol, whether it's cannabis, whether it's other psychedelics they found, whether you go all around the world in human history, there's getting high is like part of it, right? It's always been part of it. So in Dubai, they have such gnarly laws that there's nothing else, that the youth figured out that if you smoke this fucking neurotoxin in an ant, you can get high. It's like the same thing where people in some countries sniff gas to get high, or aerosols, or
That's fucked up.
That's the argument with like legalizing drugs, right? Like if you, a lot of why people end up with bad drugs or do things that are really bad is because they don't have access to other ones, right? And you have to accept, like, oh, somehow the morality police of the planet make it that, like, getting high, whether drinking alcohol or smoking cigarettes or using drugs is like morally bad. Other than it's like part of human culture from the beginning of time, right? Like wine and alcohol, like goes back as old as we can go back, right? And same with cannabis and hash and opiates and everything, because humans have like a desire, like it's part of our,
It's not
like,
even just humans, animals do it too.
you know. And so the church, or I don't know, the moral authority of the world, oh, that's bad, you're less of a person if you do that, right? Or that's, you know, they've propagandized it to the point it's like a drug war. Now granted, there's like a huge negative parts of it, but like, is that created by the whole,
Oh,
like, instead of accepting it as just part of human life, right? Like that's like countries that are trying to say, or places that legalize drugs, or that's kind of logic they're saying. It's like, and they've shown in certain places, because the opposition always says, oh, it's going to affect the kids and it's this, that, except, and then years later, the data shows the opposite. Like a lot of what draws youth into doing things is that it's illegal. And then that gives them more reason to want to do it. Then if it was legal, then it's not as big a thing. Right? Or just accept it, like people like to get high and that's part of life. Now, abusing things, that's a different story. But people abuse all kinds of things. We have people that abuse food and become obese. We have people that abuse this, that, the other. Drugs no different. But there's plenty of people, majority of people, that use things in moderation, and that's how it is.
I got a flip. I'm doing that tomorrow.
I thought you were doing it on Friday, because I remember asking on Wednesday or Tuesday. You mentioned that. I thought, well, why don't you?
I know.
Now?
It's because I don't want to start up the veg spot, and I have a couple clones that I got to send off before.
Well, my experience is every day that you don't flip will matter like 2 months from now, when it's that many more days until your harvest.
I know.
And then you can look back and go, yeah, why didn't I flip on Wednesday? Shit, I would have been done now. You're waiting another week. Like those days come back to get you
Those
at the end.
three little
That's my
clones right
experience.
there. I set up the packages. They gotta go, and then I don't owe.
And like, you're not like perpetual to where the perpetual rules the thing. Because like a lot of what I talk about is perpetual, where every day I realize flowering doesn't make money. I mean, veg doesn't make money, only flowering. So yeah, that cycle, even as you,
I need
like,
to shut
it's
down.
a difference of having 5 or close to 6 crops a year, or yeah, you could slack a little bit. Next thing you know, only have 4.
I'd love to build up.
Like if you give up a few days here, a few days there, a few days there.
So these
plants
were in my veg tent, and I was gonna rotate them in, but I had a whole bunch of fucking setbacks, and then they finally got in here, and I want to build a room, so I'm trying not to start more shit. I'm trying to get rid of the clones I've had. Like I've had apple fritter for God now 2 years, and I just don't. I want to get rid of it.
You're over it.
Chem Dog grows like
and
so small.
I get it. You're emotionally attached, or it's in cycle. Yeah. Oh, and trying to build a room without completely shutting down and starting over. Yeah. I would have the same thing where I start a place and then have intentions of like remodeling or fixing it up so many, like when I got the money in 6 months or a year. But then when that time would come, I'd be in cycle and it would be like impossible to shut it down, to do the work and shit. Next thing you know, years went by and never upgraded. Just used it as is.
Yeah, the Herm didn't really help this last grow either.
Well, yeah, that happens. All the things that can happen, happen. I've helped a lot of new growers over the years, and sometimes it would amaze me. Their first crop would be like perfect. They'd have like a year, everything would be going. And then like the first ailment would come, whether it be bugs or something or another. Because it's just part, like I don't know anybody that's grown for any length of time that hasn't experienced those things. Like it's part of it. Even if you know better and you practice all the right things, shit happens, right? That's like we're human, so we make mistakes or shit happens.
I've been pretty lucky for when I did have Herms, they showed early enough where I could see it. This last one, I must have been late into flower. And I just missed it.
Yeah, I got Herms, and last time I saw anything Hermy type of 2015. Now since then I've had males that I didn't pull out in time, but I deal with a lot of strains and I haven't seen any Herms. There's been a couple strains that I ran ice cream cake here for years and killed it, but when we ran it at the warehouse, the other place, oh, it hermed. It did weird shit. And yeah, so now I know why. Over there, we push all the parameters like high CO2, high food, high. It's like production. Where here I less is more, and yeah. So like as we were trying to figure out why those ones were hermit over there, I knew why, but they weren't gonna. We just got rid of that strain there because that place is like a different end goal. Like it's like production. That's it. And even though Gary, my partner, he started as my worker like 25, 27 years ago. And then yeah, he's 50 now, but like, oh, he's like I'm partners with him on this place. It's run his way. And yeah, after all the years, he has a lot of years experience too. He's come to a different conclusion than I have. And instead of like making that an issue that we have issue with, no, everything works great there. Like, but it isn't the way I would do it. And yeah, we had one like ice cream cake was fully killer strain. It was legit. It never hermed here. I never had a seed. I never had any weirdness with that. Yeah, over there it created all these problems.
Yeah.
And the only difference is, oh yeah, he pushes all, like even sometimes he comes over and helps me out here, and then he changes all my. Next thing you know, because I like to only give like 900 ppm of CO2. He likes to push it like 1500, and he's always like, "Yeah, you're giving him," and then he'll push it up, and then the next day I'll put it back down to 900. Because that's how that's how I like how I do it. I don't know, but I get his numbers thing. Like oh yeah, out of X space and X inputs, he definitely puts out the numbers. And so many years ago, that wasn't such a big thing. Quality was better than numbers. But now today, oh no, those numbers, and that's what matters. That's what drives the thing. Things have changed. So I can't argue his position. He's right. But
I don't know. When
but
you have
that's
your
like at a
mind
bigger
on,
scale. That's at a bigger scale, which has bigger overhead. Where mine's at a different scale. And yeah, that's where I think like, yeah, I guess mine's like 20 lights of flowering, right? Where that other one's like 90, right? Or maybe 75, or depends. Yeah, then it changes all the parameters. Like that's where, remember there was a discussion where like it seemed ridiculous. A lot of people weren't really going with what the guy was saying, but he was saying that for it to be considered craft, which, I don't like, that's a word that has many definitions. It needs to be less than 20 lights. Right. And, yeah, there's something to that. I think once you scale beyond that, it's like different factors come into play. Like even that overall yield and numbers and, whether it's a true 60-day strain or a 70-day strain, that all those factors get multiplied by the numbers. So that's sort of like what's affecting the weed game, like at least in the commercial market and traditional commercial market, because that's all the changes created a thing where those numbers become more important than what I think is quality. Because I think a lot of what we've done is bred into this, techniques into this, a lot of things that we've adopted over the last decade that make yield and the amount of time and all that more important than like true quality. That's why there's like no diversity in strains, why there's not, in the legal market, there's not so many like 100-dayers or varieties like that, because if you're running any type of facility, that's not feasible. And because they over there, we push all those parameters, a strain that I might have to go 65, 67 days literally is finished in like 58 days and girthy as fuck and all the things it needs to be. So there is like, you can push all those parameters and get results. But a lot of that's at even when I discuss it with Gary, I always point out that, we're dealing with really good genetics. Let the genetics express themselves. Don't force them to express themselves. Where a lot of the techniques and the things you can do, or most of them are all to like force the plant to do what it already probably is genetically engineered to do if left to its own. Just
I
having
think
the
Texas is
good
gonna
balance.
hold up much longer. Like there's full green states around them.
Which state?
Texas. I don't think they're gonna
Oh,
hold
no.
up. They have
Texas is on track, but the politics there is crazy. And as to, like, Oklahoma's counting on Texas going, and Texas is a big state. Like, it will have an effect. Like, when Texas go, like, I think there's already I don't know. There's the beginnings of it in Texas. I know it's a matter of time. There'll be a few states that just will never get with it, but I think like this point within the next 20 years will be like at 90 some percent of the states will be some form of cannabis in their state. I think some states are going to come on and then say, "Oh no, we don't grow, or but we have stores and outlets, but we just import it." Like, now that state will always fight that. Well, wait, you're exporting money where we could just grow it ourselves and keep the money within the state. Because like that's even in San Diego, when our cities are slow to adopt the putting medical or putting rec stores in, the some of the whole politics of that is oh well, so money that could be spent here is now being spent here, and that doesn't make sense. So
That's
like that's why most states are getting with it, because if you're a state that still prohibition, whatever, then that means majority of the money for the weed that is in your state, it's being bought from some other state, like California. Like that's, less now, but for a lot of years that was, we grew a lot of weed and sold it everywhere else. We still sell a lot everywhere else, but not as much as we used to.
once Oklahoma opened up, dude, it was the Wild West for a couple of years. There was so much weed being produced there.
Yeah, and then it kind of gone through its ups and downs, and now New York is its own each spot. Florida, I mean, even Florida, because you got Jungle Boys and a bunch of, but Florida's still only medical, from what I understand. It doesn't have rec, but it seems like it has a bunch of stores that are rec-like. But from what I understand, I don't know for sure, but I think Florida is still just medical. But my observation is that's how it started everywhere. Like, so once a state has some kind of medical going, then it's just a matter of time before they go rec. That seems to be how it goes. Most places start with medical, some fucked up version of medical, and then they get a little better with it, maybe have caregiver, and then they go rec. And then the cycle seems to be, that's like, I think somebody, maybe it was Captain or whatever, if you're in a state that has a decent medical program and they're trying to vote in rec, like I'd like to see a state say no. So we'll just stay with medical, because seems that the rec and the investment money and the whole corporate part of rec is like what's fucking up the cannabis business or affecting, the ability for small people to make a living in cannabis. Something like that. But yeah, I doubt that. I don't know. I haven't seen a state do that. Like even Ohio was medical. They were slow to it, but now they're close to having rec. Like that's the progression. It'd be good to see some state just keep it medical and
That's
improve
what
on
they do with Canada.
a good, healthy medical thing. What, like, even though you guys are legal, it's more medical still, right?
Yeah,
Well,
we should have.
their gray market supposedly sucks. Everyone says go to the Indian reservation if you go to Canada.
Yeah, it's yeah. The legal market sucks, and it's the native reserve. Is good.
Well,
That's good
no
shit.
one
And
will-
like delivery. I also got delivery.
A little
service.
something, because there's a lot of reservations around me in California. Yeah, a lot of them years ago, a couple of them have made a stand, but most of the reservations, you gotta remember that here the reservations are like, that's where the federal law matters, right? Like they're ultimately federal.
Speaking of,
Yeah, a lot, the pressure that the feds put on, or the law that the feds have made it that, yeah, there were
Shadow Green Garden.
years ago that they were setting up their own cannabis operations on some of the reses and stuff. And then, yeah, the feds put pressure on a lot of that, and no. So like when the federal law changes, that will, all the Indian reservations across the country will then have a green light to get in cannabis. But even though your state might be cannabis, reservations, at least
Now
all the
here
ones I
in
know, are like federal.
it's up now here like in Canada. It's up to the individual areas and everything. The chiefs and everything. That's how they go about it here. They vote on it and shit.
Well, I think how it worked here is that ultimately the feds finance or have money that they put funding that goes into, and if certain places went to cannabis, they could lose their funding, and that was what, like, why a lot of them like pulled out. But ultimately, yeah, I would see that if the federal law changed, then the Indian reservations would definitely get back into it.
Yeah,
'Cause a lot-
the cops here, like any of the cops, have no jurisdiction on native land here. Because they have their own, they
Yeah.
have their own police force or whatever.
Yeah, well, here we have that. They have their own police force stuff, but ultimately the feds still have like some oversight over all the reservations.
No, I just
It's
wish
a
the
weird,
place,
it's a complicated system.
I just wish the place closest to us. There's another native reserve closest to me. It's only like 45 minutes away, but they said no. So the next closest one actually is the one out by Green Goddesses, which is an hour or something like that.
Good evening, my friends.
Big Force, Christophe, bonjour.
All
Mon
right.
ami. Comment ça va?
Ça va bien. Bien, bien. Very, very. Merci. Thank you. Ça va. Nice.
Right on.
Me, réveil, sleeping. Dormir, réveil.
I'm about to go to bed. Good night, everyone.
Have a good
All
night,
right,
Smash.
Smash. Good
Thanks, bud, for
talking.
coming and hanging
I'm
out.
so tired. Be safe, everyone.
You too, man. Well,
Not everybody talks at once. Jesus Christ.
that's good.
Oh, what's happening with you, Green Fingers?
Not much, man. Just high off this
All right,
banana.
is your outdoor close to harvest, or?
No, I don't do the outdoor harvesting. No, that stuff's just for seeds. That's all full of seeds. So that'd be hashed. I'll turn that into hash. I'll be cutting
Well,
some
and
of
you
it.
have to process the seeds out,
Yeah, no, I let them get nice and
right?
fat.
You have to cut them
fall out.
down to dry it out to get the seeds.
Yeah, one plant comes down probably tomorrow if I get a tarp. I gotta get a blanket big enough. Like my little blanket, it's not big enough for those giants. Right when I cut them down, seeds are literally gonna fall out. So I gotta cut them and probably branch by branch and then smack them all out like they would to get the fiber and just smack it all out and step on them. Whatever survives, survives. Step on the branches, not the seeds. Step on the branches. I'm not shucking those by hand. There's too many of them.
Christmas light.
Plants are like 6 feet tall. Some of them are 14. The Amy Aces is huge. Yeah, but I'm just gonna send all those seeds
So
to.
everything in the greenhouse got pollinated one way or another.
Yeah, it's all pollinated with the Analema outdoor open pollinated gear. So I'm just trying to get something I can make good hash with outdoors, and it could be in 130-degree weather. And I think I've done that with different flavors now instead of just mine.
Oh.
I was tired with mine. I've been doing mine for 10 years, over 10 years. So now I need something different, or I don't need it. I want different. So like spread mine over everything and see what comes out of it. Hopefully it still could handle the heat, you know? Otherwise I'm screwed. Got a lot of crosses that won't work for the desert, which they should. They should work because all the mothers worked and the fathers were, yeah.
Well,
super
I mean, cannabis acclimates, like even like some things can't quite acclimate all the way from one climate to another, but if you grow seeds and find things that are good in high temperature, which that's what you experience there, yeah, that's like a market like that. There's plenty of people in hot areas, Vegas and nether desert areas, all kinds of places around the country, that if your seed was proven to perform at that, because like, yeah, a lot of seed in the market or strains in the market, oh no, it gets over 100 and some degrees, those plants aren't liking it at all.
Oh, right on.
Now, some of those plants
look at that thing.
could acclimate over time, like that,
Really?
but it takes time.
Yeah, I got finally 2 years growing out here. Same seeds, so we'll see what happens next
Well,
year.
like you say, that the one strain of yours, you worked 10 years, so it's definitely acclimated to that.
Yeah, it was in the Coachella Valley Desert, which is 10 degrees different. So now it's a little bit hotter, but it still survived with the little blocker, the sunshade, the UV blocker. So it had
Now
a little
this
bit.
year it was a little bit milder summer than normal, right? You didn't have it real bad, right?
I had
Like some
100-degree
years
wind.
it's 100,
Yeah, 90-degree
but
wind.
sometimes
90
it gets in the
degrees.
120s
No, I mean
up
today.
there and shit.
That was today. That was today's weather. Well, that's today's weather, bro. It was 100
Yeah.
degrees this time of the year.
Yeah. You had 120s earlier this year?
You know, we had 130 this year.
Yeah.
A few times, more than once. In the greenhouse, it's like 140.
Oh,
so when I
bummer.
walked in, the sides were kept rolled up, and yeah.
Well, my experience, 3 years I was in Calipatria.
Oh yeah.
That's by Brawley,
My
in
friend's
prison.
mom used to be
And
a guard there. Holy shit.
part of my
My
job
mom was a guard there.
as this clerk was I'd have to type up and notify all the buildings of the inmates that were on meds, because if it didn't get under 100 degrees at night, then those people had to have their meal brought to them in their cell, because if you were on meds, you couldn't go out of the building if it was over 100 degrees. And so there would be weeks, maybe months, that it would be like 128 in the daytime and only get to like 103 at night. Like 5 in the morning, it was still like 103, right? And holy shit, I still think back, that was like 20 some years ago, but I don't even know how I lived through it being that hot. That it was 128 for months at this place. And we had air conditioned. They kept us in our cells cold as fuck. Like that was even what made it worse. Is I think part of the logic there is if you kept the buildings cold, it kept people calm or whatever, because it was like this level 4 crazy place. But yeah, from going from your building to outside was like, fuck. I remember it feel like to my eyeballs, my eyeballs were baked, like, and you just got used to it. I was there 3 years, like nowhere to go.
The biggest thing is headache for people that haven't experienced that.
Some days it didn't get under 100 for days at a time, weeks at a time. I'd be like, holy fuck.
I had a girlfriend who got used to it. She came from Idaho, and like after the third year of her being out here, she was like, no shoes, walking across the street. The first year, she's having headaches, passing out, like after being out in the sun for 10 minutes. It was like, what did what? You changed from like not wearing any shoes in the summertime, passing out the first year, and no shoes third year.
Yeah, like
I'm used to
100
this.
and,
I'm just
100 and something degrees. That's livable or functionable. When it gets up like 110, 20, 30, that's like a whole other fucking ball game, man. Like some people are just not, no, like you say, like you either get with it or
get the hell out.
yeah, it's
Get
not
with it
for
or get out.
everyone. Like at this point, and now that I'm even this, I'm fair weather Californian, like so, like oh no, I couldn't handle that. Even when I used to race go-karts, a lot of the tracks were in really hot places. This was a lot years ago. I don't think I could function. Like when it gets even 100 and something, I'm ready to pass out. It fucks me up.
Handle the
I
heat.
stay in the house with the AC. Oh no, I can't deal with it when
I was born in the heat.
it's hot. But
Yeah, man.
Where I was raised, born, raised, desert. Can't do
yeah.
that.
Well, I'm
It's
more coastal, so
Yeah. That humidity gets to me a little bit at nighttime when I go to the beach. I'm like, bro, what is this stuff coming in? What is this stuff in the air coming in? I don't know what this
yeah.
is. It's like, this is fog? What is that? What?
Yeah.
We used to get it in the Coachella Valley once in a while.
What's
The
snow?
valley would be covered. You're like, holy shit. Go outside and you couldn't see the street. You're like, this is fun. You experience this like 3 times out of the year. That's it. So,
Like we were saying earlier, green fingers. What's
Yeah,
snow?
I'm like even though
what's snow?
there's mountains and
There's
stuff,
mountains above me. We have
technically only
so it's all behind me.
uh,
All mountains. You can see it
15
from here.
miles from the coast,
Snow.
and
Crazy.
so I wake up with fog almost every day. Like it's not fog, marine layer, and then maybe depending on it could burn off as early as 8 or 9 o'clock, or maybe even closer to 12 o'clock. But then it burns off and it's clear. But yeah, most days is marine layer
Yeah, that's what it's
because
called.
I'm like now if you go a little further east from where I'm at, oh they don't see the marine layer like
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, 15 miles maybe to the ocean. Even though there's a whole mountain range, somehow it doesn't get over it. It gets sucked around it because like down by Oceanside, that mountain range
I was just gonna say that.
goes away. And then that's where the fog gets sucked in up here to this valley. Like it doesn't get over the mountain. No.
I used to stay at Oceanside every summer for like 7 years, maybe. Miss it.
Axe is on. I'll watch the replay tomorrow.
What's on?
What is it?
AXN,
What's
the
Oh.
news.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I
Yeah,
somehow I told there's a couple guys that just drive around LA at night mainly and follow the police calls, and sometimes nothing happens. Other times crazy shit happens because it's
Yeah.
LA. And
You get to see some
today he was on earlier. I was like, what's he doing on? It was like middle of the day.
Yeah.
But there was a protest march in downtown LA of pro-Palestinian people
Yeah.
marching, and he went live from there. And I only watched for a few minutes, but it seemed like a lot of people. I don't know. I guess he was probably there thinking it might end up being some kind of problem or something, but no, people marched and held up
I was-
signs and whatever.
I was chatting in the chat actually a lot. I think I actually might have got banned or like chat or whatever you call it. Not kicked out, but like muted.
Well, one thing I noticed from following the chat in there, not a lot of people watch that from the area. Like sometimes the people will start saying where they're all from, and I'm like, fuck, from other countries, other states, like somehow, well, LA or whatever, they like to watch LA, but
Oops.
a lot of people in the chat are from like other, some of them have been like they've been to LA or they lived here for a while, so then they're still interested in whatever, I don't know. Or people just like ambulance chasing, like watching like whatever's going on. Like is it, I'm one of those people. Like
I think it's interesting, man. You get to see
there's
another
a crash.
place.
Yeah,
You
there's
get-
a
even when
crash or somebody ran from the cops or a bunch of different things happened. Most of it, no, a couple times he's been at the major thing where it turned into a hostage situation or like,
Yeah, that
yeah,
happened a week ago or something. A
yeah.
Mexican guy or something.
Well, there's that part of it is like when you're watching and then you can hear the police. He's got all these scanners in his car and he's like, oh, we're going to go to this call. And then he's like, oh, 5 minutes until I'm there. And then there'll be some update. Oh, they got this happened. Or that. By the time you get there, sometimes it's already all like
Yeah.
done
That's
already.
one.
Other times, oh, he gets there and it's like active and you
Yeah, the
know.
one in the alley. That's the one I'm talking about. The other week. It's crazy. But yeah, I
Yeah.
enjoy it because
Well, I give it.
and even if they're driving around, the guy's driving around, you get to see shit. I've never seen
he's
Hollywood
he's
before.
spending his gas money
Oh,
and he's like a news reporter, but he's like a private one, like or like he doesn't work for a TV channel. He can just do his own thing. It's good.
And another thing I got to see, I forget the name of the building, but apparently it's a place in California that a lot of famous people rent apartments from, like Sylvester Stallone and Cher
Are
has
you
an apartment.
talking about the Marymount? The Marymount? There's a
Yeah,
few places like that.
it's a
There's the
white building.
W. Yeah, and yeah. Well, yeah.
That's
A lot
cool.
of a lot of the time he's basically. I mean, I'm from there, so I know all the streets. He drives up and back on Sunset Boulevard, and then goes around Hollywood. But then, if there's a call in a different part of the city, depending on the size of the call, he'll go down there. But as far as like where he like hangs out, just cruising, waiting for a call, is mainly in Hollywood area on Sunset. He drives up and down Sunset a lot, which, yeah, there's all the spots.
I think it's cool.
And on Friday and Saturday, when he's looking for, there's no radio calls. He knows what nightclubs are hot and what time they let out. And a lot of times he'll go over there and they'll always, like, not always the police involved, but some couple fighting and the street or drunken behavior, and there he is filming them and shit. Because people come out of those clubs all shit faced and stuff. 2 a.m. or whatever time they close. Like a couple times I've watched, and he's like, "Oh, we're gonna swing by the whatever club. They're letting out in a few minutes." And sure enough, a bunch of people come out of there all shit faced, get in their cars and drive away. And then get in accidents, and then because a lot of the accidents have to do with drunk drivers. Not all of them, but yeah. Yeah, I have to be pretty bored to put that
Funny.
on. I don't like
Yeah.
when nothing's. Sometimes I'll check to see if anything's happening. With most of the time, not much, but every once in a while, I'll it pops up in my algorithm or whatever, and I'll be like, "Holy shit, this is happening!" And there's a standoff and SWAT and the whole thing.
Yeah.
Actually, one time I went to this one that's in Bakersfield, which I don't know the streets of Bakersfield at all, but Bakersfield's its own little crazy place, and guy kind of doing the similar thing, and it was some crazy chase, high speed chase, and the guy crashed into the pole, and at the end, and I think if you searched enough, there's probably somebody doing it in one of the cities in Canada, because it's like a yeah, like every city there. I forget what these guys call themselves. They're like the people's reporters or whatever. Like they feel like they're doing a service, right?
Well, I know we got one
It's
here.
caught on like people do it in, like, of course LA's pretty popular and has a lot of action, but I've seen on the algorithm. Oh no, there's other cities that the people do the same thing.
We have a guy here in Toronto. He's a pedophile hunter. He'll do like the pedophile thing, and he'll say, "What are you doing?" He'll actually try to meet the guy and everything, and say, "What the hell are you doing?" and everything.
Oh well, there was.
And then he'll
Dateline.
broadcast it on YouTube.
What was the one guy, Chris, or no?
Chris Hansen.
The guy Hansen.
I'm Chris Hansen.
Started that stick on the Dateline show, but now people are doing it themselves.
The cat's a predator.
The catch. Yeah.
Yeah.
The catch. He had to change it because he wanted to use the name, and like they took him for his money or whatever. So he's got his own podcast or whatever, but like it's called something different.
Yeah, the network fucked him over.
Yeah, they fucked him over and kept it off. Like,
but surprise, that's how they do it.
Keeping your idea, everything. He was used to do that with the other ones too. The people that would do the bad plumbing jobs and shit.
Well, when he first started it, yeah, like it was like a new type of journalism, and it was like, yeah, he really caught some fucking sick fuckers. That
found that one, and that one worked. It stuck. It was like people just were riveted to that shit. Like,
yeah, that was popular. That show was on for a while, and
yeah, it was like one of those things when like you go to one of your friends' house and it'd be on, and they'd be like, "Look at this sick fuck. Want some cookies?"
Yeah, like I can handle cops and murder shows. Now somehow I remember that whole those predator ones. Oh no, those are I'm allergic. Like even prison code. Like you realize, like even though I was short and wasn't a violent person, it was like a mandatory rule that if like I had the opportunity, if one of these Chesters or Predator, then they're in there. A lot of times they're in PC or protective custody, but sometimes pass cross. Oh, it's like a mandatory that you try to deal with it. Like if you don't, then they question your integrity and shit. And like, like somehow in prison you could be the worst murderer and did the most heinous shit, but you were all right on the yard. But if it had anything to do with child predator shit, oh no, you were smart. Man.
Green
they
light.
didn't accept that. Green light. Like that was the one rule that was like no questions asked. It didn't no excuse, no anything. But like I remember thinking it was kind of hypocritical because I like remember there was a couple guys, oh, that's the guy that did all this other crazy shit. Oh, but that was like that was criminal code, like whatever. That actually gave him cred. But if you anything to do with even like 17, 18-year-olds. Oh no, like there's no mercy. You were fucked. You know, like that's a solid there.
Holy shit.
And yeah, that's how it should be. Because yeah, that like even in my life, that problem. I think it might have always been there, but it wasn't publicized as much as it was. But like, yeah, but that's just the one I can never understand. Like it, to me, that's like, yeah, fuck that person. That like I remember there was a thing where there was like a bill, or they were going to make a law that if you got convicted of that, they castrated you. And I remember that people were like, "Oh no, that's taking it too far." I was like, "Oh no, that's exactly what should happen." Because as much as I'm not down with the law and everything, I know what our system of law, pretty much in the modern world, is called a deterrent system. So what happens to the one is supposed to deter any other idiot from doing it, right? So on certain things, if the penalty is harsh as fuck, well, that would do more to keep people from doing it. And a lot of those cases, yeah, until the person has like X amount of cases, repeats, oh, they don't even punish them hardly. That's some of the problem. Like, oh, like anything like that should be, yeah, no excuses. Now I don't even have kids, but if I had kids, that would be like, wow, I couldn't even imagine the pressure of all that. Especially if you had like young girls or something. That would be like, yeah, I'd probably end up going to prison for dealing with it myself. Like that would be I couldn't deal with that.
Shout out to Agnes in his half, man. Holy shit.
I just thought of, remember the show where they would have footage of like court where like a victim or whatever would somehow get a hold of the, like, was supposed to be given a statement, but then would hop over the thing and try to pick up or get the guy that did it.
That, bro. Like, jump right there.
Well,
they're practicing that jump. They're like, I'm gonna get this motherfucker right here.
Hey, I sat through I don't know how many months of my wife's murder trial, and I sat in the same seat right in the first of the aisle in the middle, right behind the prosecutor. But the dude was like, they'd bring him in this fucking suit next to his lawyer. He was just right there, and all there was like this, like, rail banister thing, which, like, yeah, I would have just hopped right over that.
Yeah.
Right. And as much as like I know I never was gonna do it, some days I would sit there and like look and be like, yeah, I could fucking hop over this thing and fucking grab this dude by the fucking neck. And before now, hey, when it got to the real nitty gritty part in the sheriffs, the deputies in the place, like in certain testimony, they would sit this one cop, like, where his job was to look out to make sure that I wasn't the only, well, yeah, I was the main guy they would look at, because, yeah, they, like, at one point, especially during the end of the sentencing, I remember the sheriff, like, realizing, oh, this one guy's positioned to make sure I don't do that, right? Because they don't know, like the one thing they realize they don't know, it could, I could act calm for months and then lose it, right? But yeah, at a certain point, they had this one sheriff, like, sort of between me and him, and he'd be looking right at me. I knew that, yeah, he was there to make sure I didn't do that. But I could have. I thought about it. Like I say, I would think about it, but that wouldn't have accomplished anything. Well, maybe it would have. It made me feel better. Fuck.
maybe for a minute.
Yeah, no, I'm not that way, but I did used to think about it.
What's everybody smoking on in chat? Let us know. It's gonna be coming up
Well,
on
that
last
story
calls.
gets crazier than that because, okay, after this guy did this, how the U.S. Marshals caught him was not once but twice. He had a different baby's mama's dad drive him to the Israel embassy, the consulate, because his dad was Jewish or whatever, right? And he went in there and made up this story that he needed asylum in Israel because the white pride, or wait, what did he call it? Nazi lowriders had they were after him, right? And he thought that was going to work. Like, what he didn't realize is that the consulate immediately called the marshals and said, yeah, another idiot came here and was trying to get asylum, and said that that's how they tracked him down, right? But they told him, oh, okay, well, come back next week or whatever. And when he came back, they got him.
Speaking
But
of,
so that was part of the trial, right? That showed his guilt, that he made up the story, right? Right. Well, when I forget how he introduced it, his lawyer or whatever, basically made it out to be that I was the head of this gang, the Nazi lowrider thing, right? So even though, like, it turned out when the trial was all over, that when I left the court, the jury people, not all of them, waited, and we talked for a few minutes, and somehow that came up, and they were like, yeah, we didn't believe any of that. Like we saw you, like, there was no history. Like, I'm not that. But that was when, oh yeah, he basically accused me of being like a white pride racist or some shit. Like, implied that the person that was like, it was all bullshit. Like, I didn't even know the guy, right? Um, yeah, but in the trial, he somehow turned it around and, like, said in front of the jury that I was the leader of the Nazi lowriders in this area and shit. Like, I laugh about it now, but at the time, I remember, like, telling the GA, "Oh no, I have to, like, somehow you have to, and like, she said it's so ridiculous, and I'm not even gonna address it," right? Which I agree with now, right? But at the time, I was fucking livid. I was like, "How dare? What the fuck?" Like, I couldn't believe someone was saying that, because that's not me at all. Not a fucking bone in me like that.
I thought I was unmuted the whole time. Shit.
I remember I was talking to her about some joints don't taste good all the way down. This one is apples and bananas, the compound cookie collab, whatever. I forget it. It's dank as fuck, and it smokes all the way down. Like, it's even getting better.
try that one too.
Strawberries,
It's
It's on my list.
bananas and
if
apples.
it's the
Apples and bananas.
apples, bananas, doesn't, like, I don't ever smell the apples, bananas in it, but the lineage of it's like Granddaddy Perp and some cookie cry. It's got its pedigree, right? Like, oh, of course, these parents should make something killer, and yeah, I've been rocking it for like a year. It's dank. It's like,
Later, Agnes. Have a good night, my friend.
it's a good one. It's really stony. It's super tasty, dank, gassy, like old type of taste and dank. From the beginning, I was like, wait. When we first grew it out, I was like, oh, apples and bananas. Oh, I know what those smell like. Nah, I don't get that out of it. And even when you look at the lineage, there's nothing that says that it would be that either. I think because like it's a cookie collab, which means burner. Like his collab part probably meant he named it. And yeah, I don't think he just thinks of names that are like, oh, the name's cool, right? But it doesn't represent like even a few of my customers after a while, I said, because they sort of, a couple of them brought that up. It's like, I don't know, is it supposed to be like apples and it's good, I like it, I want more. But then finally I said, yeah, no, it's not named because it tastes like apples and bananas. Now, somebody else might, like, I know that, what do you call that? Suggestive, like the fact that it's named that, you could probably take 100 people and say, oh, this is called apples and bananas. What does it smell like? And 90 of them would say apples and bananas because you already, put that in their mind.
Yeah. But it's not.
But it doesn't have any. Now, when I had apple fritter and a couple of these other sour apple from James and a couple other ones over there, oh no, there was some apple there for sure. There can be apple.
They still don't have apple fritter here in Canada yet. Lumpy's cut.
What? Why doesn't freaking what's his name sent you a little pack? Oh, what? There's got to be a cut. Somebody's got one up there.
No, but I'm just saying, even like flour, like this, like the delivery services,
Well,
but like native will have apples.
I grew that stuff like 3 or 4 years ago.
Crazy.
And it was one of these ones that, it was a good yielder and had a lot of vigorous growth, all that, but it wasn't that stony. Like it just wasn't, right? And
It's on my list.
so that like the fact that apple fritter isn't there, yeah, that's fine. You're not missing anything.
Yeah, no, you're not. The
That
sour
one
apple
was
was
hyped
better.
pretty big. I mean, like it's weird how so many years ago, but I realized, oh, that was a good yielder, and that's for a while there, and it had a name, and it went around, and everyone that was a few years ago, like probably 4 or 5 years. No, probably 5 years ago, really, when apple fritter, because. Well, one, Sabrina was here, and 2, Sam lived at, 5 or 6 years ago. It was like my guys that have big light depth ops up north, they were fucking pumping out nothing but apple fritter for like a couple seasons and killing it. But like it wasn't that stony. It looked good and you thought it was going to be good, but when you smoked it, it just had like a below average stone to it.
It's Dollar Tree. We have a Dollar Tree here. I'm gonna
Yeah,
look
we have Dollar Tree 99-cent store. There's a couple, but now they all raised their prices to $1.25.
That was Gilbert Gottfried's favorite store. Was a 99-cent store. He was so cheap.
Well, I go in there, I buy candles there, and there's these little like mini Tupperware things. You get 8 of them for $1.25, but they're perfect for like hash or like quantity. Like there's a few items, but for the most part, no. That there's a bunch of junk in there too.
guess they'll have some hash or something that you
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
wax or
wax.
butane
Yeah.
hash or whatever.
Christoph's like, ooh. And I'm like, wow, me too.
Chunky chunk.
He flips it over. It's like a magic trick.
Whenever I have nothing, I fucking smoke some of that. Keeps me going.
Shit, that's got to be a year old by now.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Those are the containers. You can buy like 8 of them for 99 cents or $1.25. But those
Right
are
on.
good. Even if you put weed in it, they're not completely airtight, but they're good for the price, like 15 cents each. But
That's a dollar.
it's hit or miss. Like I'm not the only guy that buys them, and a lot of times because it's hit or miss, when they do have them, I'll buy like 3 or 4 packs, and because I'm out of them now. And the last couple times I went in there, that means probably a month and a half. Oh, they didn't have them. It's like hit or miss.
Right. I'm always out of everything. I used to get the oil pans there. Those are drip pans to change your oil for my 10 gallons for the water. The whole thing. They're always sold out now. So I'm like, damn, somebody's buying them all.
Well, it's going on over 4 years. My wife's urn is on my fireplace, and I've had a candle. I keep a candle lit.
Right
4
on.
years. Even when it gets way low, I'll light another one because I don't want it to go out. Maybe in 4 years, a couple times, it went out and I had to light it. Now, sometimes I do buy candles other places, and oh yeah, trust me, candles are expensive, especially if you want ones that are going to burn for like a couple days. But then at the dollar store, they have them in white, blue, like the tube candles for $1.25, and I always have a few of those because I don't know how many thousands I've spent on candles in the last 4 years. But to keep a candle going, you'll start to realize how much it costs for candles. And then when you like get into nicer ones, which smell better, burn better, yeah, they get really pricey.
Well,
Now I've been waiting for the time where I'm like, okay, the I don't know, the gesture, whatever. I don't plan on doing it forever. But now we were together 20 years. Whenever someone she knew died, she would light a candle and put it in this. She had this one area with all of her crystals and shit. And then make sure she would tell me like 10 times a day, don't put that candle out. It's for so
where the hell did
and so.
he come from?
But she would just burn it until it went out itself. Like, so a day or two.
What the fuck?
And that was what she did. She must have did that 100 times. Oh, even if a dog died, anything. And she had all these things, and she would bless a candle and burn a candle. And then because that was like her thing, then when she passed away and I got her urn and everything, yeah, I've lit a candle. Now, above the candle on the white ceiling, oh, it's no longer white because of the soot of the candle burning. I'll have to, like, when I paint, I'll have to like fix that because and I realized, oh, the cheaper the candle, the more black soot comes off of it. You get expensive, oh, they have like soy candles, they have all kinds of candles. Fuck.
Those are expensive.
Yeah, you're talking like 15, 20 bucks. But then
Yeah.
oh, those don't have this, they burn clean and all this shit. And oh, the 99-cent store candles, oh yeah, they
It's awesome.
that they put soot, and yeah, 4 years of it. Oh, it accumulated. I noticed it like a year into it, but then I thought, well, it's not the end of the world. I'll just paint it. Now it's been 4 years. It's like, yeah, it's definitely like a stain of black soot right above the candle.
I'm still freaking recovering from that last bong rip of hash, like 15 minutes ago.
Well, I don't know. Let's see. The show's been on 4 hours. I think I missed the first hour. So it's been like at least a couple hours. I rolled this one joint. I remember saying, oh, I smoke it in thirds, but basically I've been smoking it the whole way. It finally erodes where I'm like, yeah, it's done. But I'm stoned as fuck. Been stoned as fuck the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is good because I'm like, surgery recovery. So I'm, trying just to stay immobile as much as possible and relaxed. And relaxed is important, not get all into anything. Even though there's situations that, oh yeah, phone calls I need to make and people I got to talk to or whatever, but I'm like, I don't want to disrupt my vibe. Even though like that's not the way they do it anymore. When I was like being checked in and like got in the gurney and had my gown and all these cute nurses all taking care of me, I was like, yeah, man, I'd like to stay in the hospital for like 3 days. Like this, like, why is it just a few hours? That was like, I like that. I was like, cool, but they don't keep you in the hospital anymore for 3 days or anything like that. Or even one day. Like as fucked up as I was, yeah, I'm pretty sure 10, 15 years ago, if you had the same procedure, it was an outpatient. Like if they put you fully under and all that, oh, you spent the night, right? They don't do that anymore. They just pump people out. Like, oh, when they were wheeling me down, they were wheeling this other guy that had knee surgery. He was in worse shape than I was because like each person has different reactions to the anesthesia thing. I'm like an old dope fiend, so like I fucking was that cool. I liked it. Some people
Right.
get all sick. Actually,
Yeah.
the lady next to me, even though they had the curtain up, I could hear she was like totally freaked out and afraid of needles. Like and putting the IV in, like she was like giving them problems, and like I have this other friend forever, Fabio. He says that when they give needle or blood work, or it makes him pass out, like he passes out. He's like
Vampire.
a tough Brazilian guy, my friend for all these years. He raises or trains thoroughbred horses. He's tough as fuck. But somehow, if the nurse or something has a needle, it makes him pass out. I'm not afraid of that. Like, poke me 100 times, I don't care. But some people are totally freaked out over needles.
I hate needles, but I'm not gonna like pass out or nothing.
It's crazy. I tried to pierce my own nose, made myself throw up. But I'm not afraid of
God,
needles.
dude.
But like I tried to get the other nostril because I have one side done already. But, like,
Oh man, I've seen videos of like what all that piercing stuff, and I'm like, oh no, that's crazy, dude. And you did it yourself? Oh my god.
No, I did one when I was 18. I went to the shop and they did it, and then the other one I tried to do it myself, and it made me puke.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Took it out, wasted a brand new hollow needle and everything. I got the good needles and everything, allegedly. Did it right, but I didn't finish it. I was like, nope.
Well, I've noticed
Oh
like
wow.
there's a couple people I see or follow that are women and they're young and they're like they're hot. They're fucking they don't need anything, right? Good looking girl. And they put this nose ring thing on, right? Uh, and like they're kind of fancy with jewels in or whatever. And yeah, that like even the hottest looking girl, then once they put that on, I'm like, oh no, that's not attractive. I don't like it. It doesn't look right. It
The
detracts
symptom
from
or the regular
yeah, I
one.
don't like
I like the
yeah, I
symptom
guess that
sometimes. Grab them by their
yeah,
symptom.
whatever. It seems pretty popular. And like some of them are like super attractive girls with like really pretty face that then put that on and I'm like, oh no.
They have a booger in their freaking nose all the time.
Yeah, I'm like, wouldn't it
I always say.
like that's what I'm always thinking. I'm always having to blow my nose and clean my nose.
Yeah,
Like
always
if you've
clear
had
mine.
something in there, then
Oh.
that would just collect around it. Oh,
Yeah, it's easy to keep clean, but it's hard. Like it's a maintaining thing. You gotta like try. So it's like I just don't wear one no more.
but I know all that stuff's become mainstream. Like and I don't even know the names, but when they make their ears like hold
Yeah, like
rings and stuff.
mine used to be.
Yours
Mine used to hold
used to
bigger than
be.
a quarter. Yeah, mine used to have like a quarter size hole. Now it's
Well,
shrunk down.
one thing with a lot of those
Oh,
things
spacers.
is
Yeah,
even if you had
yeah.
them and then you stop doing whatever, they pretty much go back to normal. So
Yeah. Well, I got
most
a
of it, but
yeah.
My buddies are like that. They're all floppy and fucked up now.
That's funny. I haven't worn them for like 10 years. So like when I moved to my grandma's, I didn't stop wearing them. She didn't like them. So like I had to help her for it.
Photo.
Yeah. So I had them for a long time before that too. When they were cool. When not everybody had them. When just like a few people had them, I was like, yeah, I was rocking them. Then it got played out. And
well, even like the first time I ever saw like really face tattoos was when I was in prison in the 90s. And I remember like even that was like pretty gnarly that like they would put gang shit or 187 or craziest shit on their face. And I thought, well, that's it. Like once you put a face tattoo on, like that's it. Now there's people in mainstream that have like jobs and stuff that have face tattoos. It's not the end of the world.
holy shit. That's a good one right there, bro. That's gotta hurt.
But yeah, I remember being a hippie deadhead in the earliest 80s. And not only in New York, but in Chelsea, but different places in LA. When I first saw real punk rockers, right? Like real punk rockers, like, and I remember being in this elevator and like literally they had safety pins like pinned through their cheek and like crazy shit they would do. And I remember being like shocked by that, like as like a whatever kid, a hippy dippy deadhead, which we had our own weird fashion. The first time I like saw like real punk rock shit in raw form, I was like, fuck. I was like shocked. I remember being like, couldn't take my eyes off of it because it was like so like, and at that time, that was like pretty shocking stuff. That became mainstream, basically, like with piercings and tattoos and all this. But like in the earliest 80s, like people that were they would cut themselves and do crazy shit, dude. Punk rock was like raw, like at that point. The Sex Pistols and they were crazy. Like to me, they were like way out there. They were going way out there.
was at a Rage Against the Machine concert in the Hollywood, not the Hollywood, the Coliseum, the last one of the last ones they played. And that's when I saw two big old Samoan guys with freaking their ears gauged. They were so like they looked so cool. And I was like, I'm getting that tomorrow. And then like the next day, the chick that hung out with, she went and popped them straight through my ear. She already had them, but they're small, and I didn't know if I wanted to do it or not. They were like the size of a small joint like this, and they popped them right through my ear first time. Right, I had 4 holes for piercings, and I had all diamonds in them like all the time. Like, I thought it was cool. I said like, yeah, they just popped them straight through.
Well, I mean, it was cool. Like it was like a cool thing.
Shit hurt. Shit hurt.
Even in skate culture, it was a thing for a while. I was watching, Tony Hawk and Jason Ellis do a podcast, and Jason Ellis is always crazy like that. But Tony Hawk is like straight as they come, right? That's like a different perspective. But he was like telling story of like, because during his era, when he was a young kid, yeah, that was like what was cool. Everyone was like, even in the skate culture, the punk side of skate. Like you can find old pictures like, yeah, that like what was ever cool. Like there's always been fads of what's cool.
Yeah, at 11, I got my ears pierced. My mom let me do it. Like, all right, I had 4 holes, wearing little hoop earrings and diamonds. But I thought I was like I wore a big old chain necklace and all kinds of crazy shit. All kinds of crazy stuff.
What the hell is that cat doing up there?
I was out of control.
What, and you just grew out of it?
No, I'm still the same. I'm still exactly the same. I'm just a bigger, older version. I still wear the big chain. It's just not like all fancy. It's like the most
Bling bling.
I used to have like a big rope chain.
Like you grew up in that era, right?
Big clock.
Not a clock, but it was a fucking. I had a medallion. I can't even remember exactly what it was. I had a no limit one.
Well, okay, now that I'm taking, you don't have any facial tattoos though, right? You didn't go that far.
A couple small ones.
On your face?
No. What was that? I didn't. I was talking about the medallions that I had for my necklace.
All right, but you don't have facial tattoos. You didn't go that far.
No, I have just the one on my collar.
Like that is pretty extreme, don't you think? I always think, like when I see people with a lot of tattoos, especially like younger women, I think, yeah, like now you're gonna be a grandma at some point. How are you gonna what? Like, how does that age well? Like, especially some of the designs and stuff.
Yeah, sometimes.
I'm like, yeah, one thing about tattoo that's like permanent.
You could really mess up somebody's body in 4 years, like with all the color. Like it just blotches into one. It's like all this fucking random shit.
My buddy actually has a facial tattoo right here or something, but it's his daughter's. It's very small. It's really cool actually. Of his daughter's name. It actually looks pretty good.
I was born with one.
And I'm not too.
With a tattoo right there. See? My mole right under my eye.
Eardrop?
One mole right under my eye.
Oh.
Yeah. And then I gave myself a gouge when I had pox when I was a little kid, like right in the middle of my forehead. So my third eye has got like a little pock hole. Like it's perfect. So it's like, looks weird.
You know, like in a certain era, like Marilyn Monroe era, or around it, like women would paint a mole on their cheek as like a part of their makeup. Like,
remember the Monroe tattoos? They did the tattoo.
Like they had perfect skin, but they'd want to make it look like they had a mole. They'd like have like a mole that was like makeup on their face, because that was like that was very cool.
Yeah, I have a dimple, so that's I remember when chicks would get their dimples pierced.
10-second warning.
They just pierce them right there. Then after they take them out, they had dimples. So they'd be like, just pierce them just to get dimples.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. Got the Monroe.
What's J5 up to? Is he deep in harvest, or this plant? Yeah, he was deep in harvest the last time he came on. He's probably trimming his ass off. He said he's going to trim all of it himself.
Yeah. Leaving it out. Leaving all the bottoms out there.
Well, right next to me on the couch are 2 totes, my share or some, because I've been lame with my hernia and now surgery, but I volunteered. I'm like, well, I could sit down and trim. I could do that. So I got a bunch. Oh, it's been a few days. I haven't felt like it. And now that I actually had the surgery, oh no, it's hard for me to get motivated to trim. I've trimmed my share, trust me. And then business was different for longest time. I had trimmers. Now, oh no, the business is different, and we trim most of it ourselves. Yeah, I've been slacking on that. I can't quite get with it. Or the amount I do in the amount of time is irrelevant. Like I can't knock it out. Like I remember, man, for maybe our first 10 years, me and my wife, we did it all ourselves. All of it. It was a lot. We just power it out. That was part of our thing. And then we got to a point we could afford to hire people to do it. And then I went a long time. I didn't trim nothing. And then in the last couple of years, I've had to get back to trimming. It's been hard. Like I'm decent at it, but I can't go 8 hours or 6 hours. I can go like 45 minutes, and then let me take a break for a minute, and then I'm like, I'll get to it later. I can't do the. And I remember being the slave driver with my workers, where we worked until we got it done, and whatever that was what it took, and I'd pay you accordingly. But the one way to get off the crew would be like not to go to the end. Like sometimes it would only be 4 or 6 hours. Sometimes it would be 12 or 14 hours. It depended. But like once we started, we were going to finish. Because I learned early on, like, the timing and all that's important. And if your couple people worked, and then you say, we'll come back tomorrow. Oh no, tomorrow they'd be burnt. No, the next day, or it would end up being a couple days. So like once I had the crew assembled, it was until we finished it all. And I was like a slave driver. Where myself, I'm the king of procrastination.
That's awesome.
Now, I know what does motivate me to trim. Sometimes it'll be like, I'll push it all the way to where, the next deal I do, I'm gonna have to trim it. Then I can trim it. If somebody needs X amount, then I'll spend whatever time to get that amount ready and serve them. Where, like even now, I don't need to fuck with that. I still have this. So then I have no motivation to trim it. They're in sealed totes and they're fine.
Let's hash it off.
I'll eventually get to it.
I'm gonna make hash tonight, but it's too hot.
Yeah, even my friend that he's production rosin up in Ukiah. This is the first summer that the last few months. One of it is it's the water. He uses a lot of water that comes in, right? Like the piped water to you is like X amount, and then you got to cool it this amount, and that costs whatever it costs. And yeah, to avoid the cost in these months when it's hot as fuck, he just stopped doing operations during when the water, because then once it cools down up there, then the water coming in is cold and stays cold in the building, like even whatever temperature. If it's 10 degrees, well, if you got to use chillers or all that, and it's a lot of water, then there's an X amount of cost to bring that water to that temperature. And the profit ratio and the thing is slim, so those extra costs during the warm water, he decided to shut down. I thought it was weird because this is the prime time when the harvests are in. But that's what freezers are for. That's what he said. That's what freezers are for.
That's what he said.
That's what he said. You see some of the spool melted in front of us in his palm of his hand. Freaking
Yeah.
powder to freaking a little disc. That was crazy.
Yeah, man.
Back making my stuff. Now I'm inspired to make some hash. I got to cool
It's
this house.
blonde.
50-degree temperature. Here we come. Like, turning the air conditioner on full blast.
Exactly, Lars.
Well, I mean, it just all depends on what level of detail you're using, Ash. Like,
I'm used to
yeah,
making-
like these guys work in a cold room. Like when I go up there and hang out and visit, they have extra jackets and gloves and shit because the actual room is like fucking 40 degrees.
Yeah.
And like, 5 or 10 minutes in there, no problem. But like, I don't do that kind of work, but I know, especially as I'm older, even if you put jackets on and stuff, your bones ache, and try to spend 6-8 hours in that temperature. That you have to acclimate to be able to do that.
Yeah. I have to wait till winter to get some good hash made. I'm still gonna knock out the batch of old stuff. I gotta make my dry room empty, and I still got plantain in there.
Well, I imagine since cold is like the main thing in hash making, like if you had a place in Lake Tahoe or places that get a lot of snow in the winter, it's cold as fuck,
Canada.
even Big Bear, Canada, and you had clean snow, which a lot of snow is
Freeze your
clean.
nuts off Newfoundland.
You wouldn't need. I mean, I don't know. I imagine that you could cut a lot of expenses out if you were in that environment and could make bomb ass hash during those months that you're like frozen in, and could make your own ice or wouldn't even need that much ice because you're fucking frozen.
Cold. Yeah, it's so cold. You just go outside and make it. Or throw your herb outside in a bag, like how Remo used to do.
Yeah.
He's gonna put his bag down and be like, I'm gonna make some hash. Which one should I use? They go outside to grab it. Like, where's he going? And you go outside to the front porch. Just pick one. Pick a freaking pouch. Oh, that's the one. Make hash. Go in there and make some hash. I used to watch him. I still watch him every Wednesday and Monday.
Yeah, man. Me too. Remo's awesome.
Yeah. I just watched him last Monday.
I haven't watched Remo in a very long time. I'll have to catch up one day.
I don't think he did a hash one last Wednesday, so I didn't get the hashish.
Hashish. I like makes Christoph smile when he hears hashish.
Yes, good hashish. Ah bah oui, ah bah oui.
I need today, just
Good.
very good.
Ouais. Yes, very, very good, my friends.
Good.
Regarde, good hashish.
Oh, you tease. Look at that stuff.
Oh,
What a tease, my friend.
there, spotlight.
It's a pretty
Wow.
beautiful little chunk. Look at that spoon.
Say boom.
C'est bon, mon frère. Ah,
Stay
yes.
home, Christophe.
Yes.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Alors, fabrication hashish home, quoi. Maison.
Okay, so is that from your own, you grew that? That's your hash from your plant?
Good luck.
Christoph, you grew that? What kind?
It looks like it's like brown sugar.
Yes, good smoke. Hein. Ah oui, hein, ah oui, oui. C'est ça, question? Good smoke, yeah, hashish. So, sorry, my friends.
What kind? Name. What name?
Conversion. Conversion.
What kind of hashish? Que paso? I'm gonna say this.
Paso. Que paso, my friends.
Que paso, my friend.
Ah non,
Oh,
sorry, no comprendo question. J'ai pas compris.
I don't know
Sorry.
either. I'm high. High. You know, stoned.
Ouais, yes, le high. Good, good high, stone. Yes, I.
Good.
Yes,
Good
c'est ça?
stuff.
Ok.
Damn, I just spilled the drink on food. Fucking pouch.
Yeah, sometimes I realize, like, I still sell weed in Ziploc bags and turkey bags. Like, but like, even in the black market, so many people have like Mylar bags or even bigger Mylar bags instead of turkey bags. Like everything's like, even if it's not like, they have some branding or something on it. Like hardly anyone just still sells zips in a Ziploc.
This is how I get mine.
What's that? Black Mylar? Yeah.
Yeah,
Colored.
and blue. Usually it's just a number.
Yeah. They come all different around here. Like the jars. When I see a jar, I know it's good. Like, that's good stuff. That's the good stuff. I usually find seeds in it too. Like, got 2 seeds in this one. Grape Gatsby.
That sounds good.
So you're talking from a product in the legal market and it has a couple seeds in it?
Yep, all the time. I always find seeds. I don't know why. I always find seeds, like 2 to 3 seeds in a nug. Like one of them won't be good, but the other 2 will be, or one will be good. And
Wow.
Like I'm gonna do the finger test and it crush, and like the other 2 will stick.
Well, that seems like, considering that most people assume they're buying seedless weed, there's a more seeds are found in like the legal market products than you would expect. I grow a lot of weed, and other than the few fuck ups we've had once or twice, it's always all seedless. You're never gonna find a fucking seed because it's all female plants. There's no seeds.
I had a pre-roll and found seeds in
Oh.
it before.
Now that's one thing I will give Canada legal market. They don't have seeds in their cannabis.
Well, most of these
Even
ones,
though I don't get their shit 'cause it's crap.
yeah, the pre-roll, I found one with a seed right at the very end. First thing that happened is we lit it and it popped. Mom said, "What the hell happened? What did you roll?" I said, "That's a pre-roll you got. I didn't roll it yet. I'm still over here trying to find."
Someone put one of those things in the tip of it.
Yeah, right at the very tip. See, it just exploded.
Just the tip.
Well, yeah, no, that's a pretty bad pre-roll if there's a seed in it.
Yeah, like they just twisted off the tip and didn't even fucking pay attention to what was in the very tip. It's crazy.
I gotta go see what these freaking the cats are doing.
That was one time about 10 years, so
Yeah.
playing too much. Well, like not 10. It's been like 5 years. maybe more since the Brexit code. 8 years.
What's going on up here? Motherfuckers. There you are.
Yes, that was a real cat.
No, that was me.
That was you? That sounds like a real cat, man. You should make cat sounds. We're living.
Hi, Moon.
You're silent.
Like your sister. Oh, she's right there. Hi. Hi, Lightning. Good girl. I gotta put a light on.
Transplants today. I try to re-veg and stuff too.
Sweet. How right it is.
What was that?
Dis zombie, Bud maladie, Bud malade, mal au dos, malade, Bud.
He's saying he's trying to talk to me, but what? Mal,
Mal au dos.
Your surgery, you know?
oh yeah, I'm hurting. No, I mean, I'm expected. I think I'm doing better than what they told me to expect, but little movements are like, I've been meaning to drink some of my coffee, but just to reach over there, it's like, oh, I can't just do the simple stuff because, but yeah, it's not like, oh, something's wrong or anything. That's post-op, but like actually the things they told me to expect, the worst case, oh no, I'm doing fine. It's all right. That's what happens when they cut you open and put you under and all that shit. Like today I finally looked at it. Yesterday I didn't even look at it. I could kind of feel it. Then I was like, holy shit, it's like fucking 6 inches long.
It's like less invasive and still like huge.
And I mean, it's kind of, I guess, not a big thing, but no, a foreign object is in my body. They put a mesh, some kind of 3M mesh stuff to fix the hernia or whatever, put it between your muscles that are separated. So like beyond all that, there's I guess your body gets used to it or whatnot, but oh, there's some foreign thing in me.
Apparently, someone was saying in chat earlier that it takes years to get used to.
Yeah, I mean, could be like, oh, it's definitely like, I already realized, oh, yeah, I might not be lifting up something more than a gallon of milk. Like things that I took for granted, 5-gallon jugs of stuff and bags of dirt, or might have to like limit my normally I just hanging stuff, like even when I had it I was changing a light, and so I had to work with my hands above my head, and that's when it was months ago when I wasn't even sure like how bad it was. I remember going, oh, this is bad, because like like I don't work out. I don't know my muscle groups. Oh, I realized in this that your core, I guess they call it your core. I don't know what else you call it. Yeah, that's important. You use it for so many things you don't even think about, like even standing up, coffee, getting in and out of a car, hand watering. You think, oh, it's just your arm. No, for your arm to work, your core's at work. And when your core is fucked up, then you're fucked up. Now, am I going to work out or all that shit? No, that's not me. But am I going to like not lift up fucking things that are too heavy for the rest of my life? Yeah. Am I going to be more careful about popping my brains out? Yeah. You have to change your life a little bit. Maybe, according to them, oh, once it heals up, I'm good to go. So, all right. We'll see.
Right on.
All right, dog. Ouch. You're making me do this. And one thing, I'm very close to my dogs. It's just me and my dogs live together here. Like, oh, they know. Like, I knew they would know, but like yesterday when I came home, it just, yeah, they know I'm hurting.
Yeah. That's awesome.
It's weird how. Well, it's not weird. That's how it get when you have animals. They know what's up.
I didn't say it was weird.
No, I was saying, but no, I especially when you're like really spend all your time with them, or they're around you 24/7 for the most part.
Yeah.
They know when you're not feeling good or whatever.
They did, Lars. They gave us some good stuff. Anyways, on that note, I think we're gonna call it a night. It's almost 3:00 in the morning here.
Well, it was good chatting with y'all, and have the rest of a good weekend.
You too, bud. Oh, there's your puppy there. Aw. Right at the right time.
Yeah, other than his normal spot,
Aww.
like this is like where he always kicks back right here. Oh, that's where my like it's the worst, even though he doesn't realize it. Yeah. And for the last day I've been trying to like move him over, but like this is where he's used to chilling. So he keeps coming back to it, which is like kind of like, yeah, not good. It hurts, or I don't want him laying on the spot or kicking at it or anything.
Yeah.
But he's all right. He's small enough. He can't hurt me. The other dogs, they don't know any better. Like sometimes they like to play roughhouse and shit, but I've had to stay out of that because they'll hurt me without realizing it.
Dogs.
Cool.
All right, D. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Yeah, be safe, man. And feel better, bud.
Yeah, thanks.
Go for it, Green Fingers.
All right, everybody. Christoph, D.
Bye.
Peace out. Good night. Cheers,
Later,
everybody.
Green Fingers. Thanks for coming and hanging.
Peace out.
Christophe?
Ok, bah, thank you, D, hein, et puis for the show, my friends. Et puis, bye bye, à bientôt.
À bientôt.
Ok.
Merci.
Ok, bah, good night, hein, D. Hein. Et puis, le chat, bye bye. Ok.
Bye bye. Have a good day, Christophe.
Bye bye. Thank you, D. Merci. Thank you. Bye bye. À bientôt, D. Bye bye.
À bientôt. Well, that's it, folks. Let's see here. I hope everybody enjoyed the show. Let's get to we'll just do another quick station identification break before we get out of here. If my phone will let me. There we go. Oh, maybe not. Wow, I got so many screens open. There we go. We'll just do this one. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to check out Fumidor, Fumes of Gold, and all that good stuff for some awesome merchandise and awesome seeds and genetics. There's the man himself wearing a Gapper tape shirt. Awesome clothing line. I wear mine and it's comfy. I will quickly again show you what I wear at the moment. It would be this one here, Lime River Rose, but in like a green, army green, which is pretty cool. And it's only $18.10. You can't beat that. It's comfortable. And pick yourself up one. And just so you know, while Fumidor's away, for the merchandise at least, you don't have to wait. You can order right away and they'll be made and shipped out to you. They come from another place, so if Fumidor doesn't have to ship it out while he's away. If you're looking for seeds and order some seeds, you might have to wait for that until he gets back. When he gets back. Yeah. So don't forget to check out fumidoro.com, Fume the Gold, and use the coupon code brains for a discount. And don't forget, this discount only works for the merchandise. It will not work for Gauge Green Genetics, and it will not work for the seeds. There we go. Still feeling the effects sort of from the hash. Woo! Anyhow, I hope everybody enjoyed the show. Have a great night. We'll see you on Tuesday, 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 7 o'clock Pacific. And don't forget to use the hashtag FreeFumidor to get him out from where he is. That's what I like to say. And Nightbot, you can go F yourself. But everyone else, I hope everyone have a great night. And remember, help control the pet population. Have your pet spayed or neutered. Good night, everybody.